it will be YouTube streaming is also there. So 10
Oh,
o'clock it will start.
okay, sir. Okay.
Dr. Prakash, can we start? So are we good to go?
We will wait for a few more minutes. Let's other also join, okay? Good morning.
Prakash sir, is Dr. Noah Belraj available? So should we start with the session? Or
Yeah.
are you waiting for somebody else?
No.
Okay.
Just a welcome note from your side, then we can start.
Oh, okay, sir. No problem. Right. So good morning, everyone, from Poonam Bajaj from D.Y. Patil University, Navi Mumbai. Welcome to the second day of the D.Y. Patil University's International Conference on Global Business Management, Hospitality and Tourism Studies. The day starts today with a keynote from Dr. Noah Belraj. Later, from 11 a.m. onwards, we will be having guest speakers from the Hospitality and Tourism Studies, which will be followed by a lunch break, and 2 p.m. onwards, there'll be paper presentation. The conference will conclude with a valedictory function. So, we hope you all will have a great day. Thank you very much. I would request now Dr. Noah Belraj to start with a keynote. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Dr. Noah Anburaj Belraj is a Dean, Asia Pacific International University, Thailand, and he holds MBA, Six Sigma Green Belt, Yellow Belt, and PhD in Management. And he was earlier Dean of Spicer College, Pune. And we are a pleasure to invite you, sir. Please start.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me share my um, screen.
PPT from the left-hand side. Please make it full screen.
Okay, sir.
Then left-hand side, thumb impression is there. Before that, first one is share your screen.
So can you see the PPT?
Yes. Put it in presentation mode.
Okay, is it okay now?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Okay, we can start.
Okay. Good morning to all. I think this is the first time I'm meeting you all, and it's my pleasure. And I would like to take a moment to thank Dr. Prakash for inviting me to give this keynote address on the second day of this conference. This conference, as I joined yesterday, and I could see the wonderful goodness and also the way how the scholars presented and the way how they thought about different aspects, and it really useful day yesterday. Uh, as we get into the second day, I'd like to share a few thoughts about the whole conference topic itself. Uh, the conference topic, it goes sustainable strategies, measures, and solutions for hospitality and tourism industry in post COVID-19 pandemic. Uh, I'd like to start with a question like, how many of you are familiar with this COVID-19 pandemic? I guess all of us are into experiencing, hearing, and also seeing the way how things are going in the media and also off media, official, conspiracy, and so many other things. And you can see all these things are going to have a very great impact in terms of formulating sustainable strategies and taking measures and solution, especially in the hospitality and tourism industry. Uh, as we get along, I'd like to show you some WHO statistics on COVID-19 pandemic report. Just a simple one. According to December 27, 2020, confirmed cases of 79.2 million across the world, and deaths 1.75 million people have died so far. And this is being stated, we can understand the way how the present condition on COVID-19 pandemic that is sweeping across the globe. And we are going to relate how this is going to impact and how it has already impacted um, in the hospitality and tourism industry. The impact, if you look at different sources, the way how things were observed and put together in terms of material, you can see sources of export revenues were affected, economic income was affected, and people lost jobs. And there are millions of people across the globe, they lost their job because of COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdown and the measures to prevent it. Job creation and investments went down. It was dramatically low in the past. You can say, if you compare in the past decade, this year, 2020, was devastating. And the impact was so many. The first impact, we can say, impact on human mind. Each of us, we are also terrified, and our minds are thinking different things about this COVID-19 pandemic and the impact that is created in the mind. So human mind is thinking what to do next. And this conference is also about what can be a very good possible measure, solution, or sustainable strategy in these categories, especially in tourism and hospitality industry. So mind is impacted, and there's a lot of uncertainties in our mind that is going on. Human lifestyle is changed, and you can see the way how things were before, and it is changed today. And we use the term new normal. And it's not coined by you and me, it is coined by the one who implements different agendas across the globe. Impact, relationship with people. Relationship with people is also affected. And it is a major concern for hospitality and tourism industry. Relationship with people. Think about our homes and the people whom we mingle every day, our family members, our friends, our acquaintances, our colleagues, and those people whom we come across occasionally in a day. So relationship has a big impact in today's, you can say, in this context of COVID-19. And the next impact is fear of future. What is going to happen in the future? How things are going to be sorted out? And you see a big complexity, and the stories and those incidences, whether it is made up or whether it is naturally occurred, whatever it might be, we might label it in a different way, but you can see there is fear of future in the minds of all of us. Uh, for example, I'm working right here in Thailand, and I used to work in Maharashtra 7 years back. But I want to visit a country, India, but I'm unable to visit. There is fear. What will happen? And my friends who work in different places around the globe, they went home to India and they could not get back to their work. So fear of future, uncertainty. If everything is going to be good about the future, our mind will be so relaxed and it will embrace everything. But you can see the fear is caused because of uncertainty, because of those things that will have an adverse effect in our lives, in our daily living, in the way how we want to grow in our lives, the development. And if you look at the most important thing about human life and human activities around the globe and all what we do, we can certainly come to a conclusion development is going to be connected with individuals' growth. If individuals' growth is not achieved, uh, the development is not going to be positive. So positive development should help us grow as human beings in terms of virtue, in terms of truth, in terms of knowledge of what is right and what is wrong, in terms of all values of life. So these things are connected in human mind, and you can see we have the fear. So growth is uh, impacted. And then jobs. Many people lost jobs. They changed their jobs from one to another. And the labor force survey for 2020 compared with 2019 by the National Statistical Office right here in Thailand, and you can see how it has gone down so badly. And graduates, they're not able to get job, especially in the field of tourism and hospitality. You know, if you take a look, I remember every time Dr. Prakash comes and organizes his conference in Bangkok, Thailand. He used to have a good time with all the scholars, and after the conference gets over, you can see people go around and see different places, different beaches, like, for example, Pattaya, Rayong, and Phuket. There are so many good beaches and places to visit. And if you just Google or go to YouTube and check out these places, 90% of the business establishments are close to near the beaches, the resorts, the hotels, the restaurants, and you can see people go jobless. And I was watching a news, Tiger News. They reported that it will take at least minimum of 10 years to recover. 10 years to recover. So having a situation like this, and this country, Thailand, is entirely depending upon tourism. And you can see anywhere you go in Thailand, you can see how they promote even a place that is so insignificant, and they make it so good, and they want tourists to come and enjoy food, nice food to eat, and nice things to see there, to please their eyes, and nice words they hear, and always smile. And you can see all these things are shattered, and we don't see a promising future with this COVID. But we are talking here about what could be the possible solution, possible measure that could be after post COVID-19. But you can see the impact, to what extent it has impacted, and it will be also proportionate to that about the measures and the solutions that we are planning. Boom in e-business. And today you can see there's a big boom in terms of e-business. And the e-business empires have become more glorious and more fabulous, and they are able to do much more than what is today, what was yesterday. Today they are doing well, and you can see everybody's switching on, and the whole country, the whole world, everybody very fast in moving into a different mode, so going online. So there's always boom in a business. Like, for example, the meet what we use, it is all developed recently. Think about Zoom is also developed recently. So changes in education, and India has implemented during this COVID-19 2020, you can see India implemented new educational policy. So it is going to impact tourism and the hospitality industry. Uh, and Major changes in Thai education anticipated after the COVID-19 pandemic. So we can also see education reforms, policies, new thinking is coming across the globe during this crisis. And changes in freedom, changes in freedom. So we are restricted with a lot of restrictions that we have no power as common citizens, as educators, as scholars. And you can see the freedom is curtailed, it is cut down. We might speak, uh, especially in the freedom of speech that we have in India. People can speak wonderfully, people can analyze critically, people can think holistically. But you can understand today those things are cut down. So changes in freedom is one thing. And in terms of speech, in terms of disseminating information, in terms of showing or expressing opinions and ideas the way how we like, it is all curtailed through social media. It is cut down, and you can see all these things are going to impact especially hospitality and tourism industry. Um, I was watching Phuket, the beach, famous beach, and you can see this beach, mostly the Russians and the Germans, they come here to this beach in Thailand. But you see here, hardly we can see even five. You can see at least a handful of people in this beach. So, to what extent tourism is affected? To what extent the hospitality industry is also affected? So much it is affected. That is one thing that we need to take note in order to formulate a very good sustainable strategy. Beaches are empty. Beaches are empty. We'll have to go. This is a good time for everybody to go on vacation, especially towards the end of every year. We will be with friends and families, and we will be go shopping and doing things. But today you can say it is all restriction. So the impact is so great. So what is this trying to help us think? And this is the Patong Beach. And I think Dr. Prakash and others who visited this place might remember. So dynamic, so active, and so vibrant in life in this area. But today you can say this is all deserted. And international tourist arrival, according to one resource that we got, think about the most visited countries in the world. There are many countries which people are fascinated and which we are also fascinated. Even if we don't know much of the places, which we have not been to much of the places in our country, but still we like to visit countries distant or nearby. So this is one statistics that you can see. The tourism industry was one of the world's greatest markets until the world met a pandemic in the 21st century, COVID-19. According to this source, you can see it is so vivid. This is according to the World Economic Forum COVID Action Platform. The World Travel and Tourism Council has warned the COVID-19 pandemic could cut 50 million jobs worldwide in the travel and tourism industry. I think it is more than 50 million, because this is according to 70 March 2020. Now we are at the end of the year. It might have doubled or tripled, or you can see 4 or 5 times more than this. So Asia is expected to be the worst affected, because people come to Asia to have a very relaxed and relinquishing life, and also spend their vacation. And there are a lot of expat. They stay in Asian countries for 5 years, 6 years. They like to spend their retirement right here. But you can say that is all vanishing away. Once the outbreak is over, it could take up to 10 months for the industry to recover. This is another source. Okay, the same source. I'm sorry. The tourism industry currently accounts for 10% of global GDP. And you can see 12 to 15% of the GDP growth of Thailand is also affected. And similar with other countries too. And there is a specific agenda through COVID-19. And we should not think lightly. And I'm not sure how many of us think that COVID-19, we have different views about it, but we're focusing on how we can overcome and have good solution. This is according to Environmental Research and Public Health from International Journal of this Public Health. The reviewed articles focused on different aspects of the hospitality industry, including hospitality workers' issues, loss of jobs, revenue impact, the COVID-19 spreading patterns in the industry, market demand, prospects for recovery of the hospitality industry, safety and health, travel behavior, preferences of customers. And these observations are based on 175 articles referred, and this is the conclusion. And most of these conclusions are more familiar among scholars and also others who are very keen in noting down. Global international tourism revenue, uh, 2010, 2019. Now, this is according to Statista Research Department, November 26, 2020. The statistic shows the global international tourism revenue from 2020 to 2019. In 2019, international tourism revenue amounted to 1.48 trillion US dollars. It's a big, 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 big business. So we can understand this is the largest um, tourism and hospitality, and all other things are associated. For any given human activity, in terms of moving from one place to another, we can always see there are many, many other business enterprises are connected with it. And everybody, it could be big, it could be small, all are connected, and it makes the whole industry collectively. This is also there's going to be there is big economic impact because of the COVID-19. And how do we think about it? How people are thinking about it as scholars, as young people. And you can say we are all just confined in our rooms, in our offices, at homes, and there is a lot of speculation. And we know that when people are hibernating and when people are looking forward for better, they're also thinking, and their thinking is not going to go in vain. So tourism, and because of the second wave, you can see Bangkok, the famous place on the earth for celebration, especially during the countdown of New Year. It is cancelled, and you can see the impact of it again. So to travel uh, is to discover that everyone is wrong about other countries. When we go around looking places, talking to people, engaging in the local communities, we learn a lot that can undo, that can make our prejudices, what we thought about people, and it will make us wrong, because our perception, our understanding might not be completely correct about everyone. uh, God has made everyone so beautiful and all the places wonderfully, and only by travel it is possible. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that is one thing. World Tourism Day is September 27, and you can see 1 billion tourists, 1 billion opportunity. So go some places you have never been before, that will help you to grow, and also that will help you to enjoy people, places, and the wonderful creation of God, that can make our minds to grow in terms of becoming more humble, becoming more good. Hospitality industry, I'm not going to speak much of, because everybody knows about this hospitality industry. We need to possess good virtues in order to accommodate people, in order to serve a fellow human being who is in need of being accommodated. Imagine the words that we speak, the gestures that we show to them, and the way how we embrace them with kindness, with joy and happiness, loving them. In all our encounters with everyone, whether in family or with our fellow citizens or with people around the globe, when we love them, you can see uh, the word love is something that is above all calculations and above all strategies and everything. Loving others will help us also to serve others in a much, much better way, formulating strategies, because we will be customer centric rather than our own self centric. So there is a shift, a transformational shift from self to others. So loving others is something. uh, which is very noble, and which is the highest of everything that we can possess. The joy, happiness, and the satisfaction that we get from all this, it is going to be manifold bigger than simply going transactional. Thinking about serving others, keep that before the profit. Thinking in terms of serving others should be the first. I'd like to bring to your notice about the COVID impact and also how we can think about the measures that is going to take place. Now, we might have noticed this. This is a metal detector, and people pass through this, and this is scanner, and you can say it is monitored, and people watch what we are carrying, what is happening, what is being carried. So this was initially, and before this measure, I didn't want to put that slide. Before this, you can see people check check. Uh, they try to scan through human eyes and scan through by searching things what they carry, and that was a thing which was in the years, and still you can see in many places that is also uh, done today. And the next one, this is another way of scanning inside. It is coming up, and this is 3D body scanning. And if you think consider biometrics, it is one. And then you can see eye plays a major role. And then you can see we open and close, our offices we open with a fingerprint, and then we close it, and nobody can, we go keyless today. Everything we speak, and we even voice activated, facial expressions, and these biometrics have come in terms of scanning for identification purpose. But there's something else also that is creeping in, that is coming in lately. You can see during this COVID, and hospitality and tourism industry will think definitely this part. How their customers, when they enter their hotel rooms, how they are going to be auto sanitizing them. So they came up with this one, auto sanitizing gate, where you sanitize them and you enter. And also, if a sick, if people who come into the premise, and if they fall sick, how we are going to handle them, what strategies we can make, how we are going to keep them healthy, how you're going to provide good food to them, how you're going to strengthen them. So all these concerns are coming up in terms of considering for sustainable strategies, measures, and solutions. And this is another way of scanning. you know so why scanning is so much? It is because of the way how people are, or it is to screen out something, filtering. So scanning is something we can connect with the word filtering, right? Now today, if we go right here in Thailand, and I've experienced this one. There's auto scanner. There is a big television and also big monitor, and it scans automatically and it records everything. It shows me, and if the body temperature is above the normal prescribed one, you can see people are not let they don't let them inside the mall or the departmental store. uh, could be anything. This is something that is coming up, and I'm not sure about India because I've not lately visited India, but it must be there in high level too. This is another one, to give every human being identification mark, because there's easily people can duplicate their identification cards. So they have come up with this biochip that they try to put in here, and uh, going to places that people find it comforting, that people find it good for them. It makes all the hospitality and tourism industry. Now today, travel is cut completely. People can't travel to other countries, and the borders are closed. There's great amount of lockdown that has been practiced, and there is a relaxation, and the second wave has come. And you can see when it is open, how it is going to be. Like when a dam is open, when the water is full in the dam, and if the dam is open, and the way how the water is going to gush, is it going to be like that, the booming for hospitality and tourism industry too? Definitely, I understand that will be one of the ways how it will come. So the world after COVID-19, uh, predictability is very less, but we have all desires to have positive things to take place after the post COVID-19. Uh, and everybody is looking for something better, something solid, something good. But you can say we cannot ignore the fact that has been going to come. We should understand this in the light of COVID 19 as well as post COVID 19. It's very, very important. Measures and solutions, how to move into this direction. You know, um, to understand this, we need to get back to at least 2000 years back, how things happen. There's two terms called one is church, other one is state. So both of them, if you see in the olden days, the kings, they used to have a sword. They used to have sword in their hand. And even today, if you see, they have a sword today, the kings of the earth, they have the sword. Now, this sword is very important to maintain law and order. And there is also something called the church also have that sword. So when the Constitution of America, when it was formulated, they made it very clear these two should not go hand in hand. State, when you think about state, it is a secular. It's secular. When you think about church, we can think in terms of religion, religious freedom. So it should be separated and it should never come together, never come together. But what is happening is they're trying to bring these two together. You can see um, one represents the church, the other one represents the state. And you can see Mr. Donald Trump, he represents the state, and you can see the Pope represents the religious thinking. Now, they're coming together. They're coming together. Now, when they come together, if your friends, of course, when we go to a worship places, we meet people who are in the religious area. But this is not in that perspective. This is to make agendas, to make strategies, to make measures, to make solutions. So always remember the highest, the most powerful nations on the earth, they bring out problem because they have solution for it. They have solution for it. And the solution is what they want. Excuse me. The solution is what they want, and that is exactly what is happening today. Now, I want you to be very gentle in listening and observing the things what I'm saying, because you might have not heard from anybody, and this is the bottom line thinking of what is going to happen, how and what we need to consider. I cannot give a solution, I cannot give a measure, but I can give you what is the kind of thinking or what is going to happen in the near future. And based on that, we are going to think about measures, solutions. Look at this. Time is ticking away for the Sunday law now. According to reports coming in, and you can see across the globe how things are being implemented, you can see they are giving more preference to Sunday, and no businesses, no business activities, and all the enterprises or commercial centers should be closed. And they tested during this time COVID-19. When COVID-19 was implemented, you can see some of the southern states of India, they implemented this Sunday, not letting people go out, no work to be done on that. Why this Sunday is exponentially growing today? You need to know and think about the significance and what it is going to take place. And I'm not going to say many things, but I'm going to say this one particular thing, because this is going to impact our strategies, measures, and solutions in the field of hospitality and tourism industry. Now, when the church and state, when it was together, you can see there was always bloodshed. There was always killing. That is going to come back again. So in the year 1929, there was something that was put in the newspaper, San Francisco Chronicle. You can see February 11, 1929. healing the wound, healing the wound. So there was a time when um, the church was hit, and you can say the Pope was put in the prison and he died, and the priest was wounded. And you can see now today the healing is taking place. In other words, the church wants both the swords. One is of the church, other one is of the state. They want to govern both, and this is exactly what is happening. And you can say the Pope is going around in the United States and convincing business entrepreneurs and billionaires and others to join hands in implementing Sunday sacredness. And this is exactly what is happening. And they are joining together. They're joining together. And it will come as a national Sunday law in the United States, and then it will move as international. It will go global today. And you can say the word the global that we use today. Everybody is joining hands with this particular, in India, Hinduism is so big, the religion, but you can see the wonderful thoughts, you know, um, the way how they appreciate, the way how they enjoy people. The tolerance of people of India is very high, and they are more, wonderful people on the earth. And you can see the tolerance. One good example, you can see Google CEO Sundar Pichai is so patient, and he is the first CEO around the globe who is getting the highest pay in the world as a CEO. So that comes from the country. That comes from the country. Why people are not? Why Pope is not trying to make alliance with others, but is making alliance with big leaders around the globe, including our country's leader. And you can say this is the way how religion is going to be unified. Okay, now I want you to also take note of this in terms of formulating sustainable strategies, measures, and solutions. Now we all know this one, how free trade area, like for example SARC, ASEAN, NAFTA, COFTA, and there are a lot of free trade zones are being formed, FTA, and then it moved to customs union, common market, economic union, and political union. Today you can see I've shown you pictures in terms of political union. People are hand in hand. What we hear and what we see, whether we don't know whether to accept that as a fact, or is there something else, but there is something beyond this. After political union, what is the going to be? Political union will help achieve the political and the church union together. Now this is something that they are trying to bring out. So based on this, you can see strategies are going to be formulated by every organization. And the final thing is that is going to come upon humanity. We are going to choose based on keeping a day sacred. If you see, I like to make mention of this. My grandfather was a priest, Hindu priest in southern part of India. Uh, he was serving in the temple, you know, and for them, every Friday is a preparation day. They clean the house. They do all kinds of cleaning. They prepare for the Saturday sacredness, and they keep Saturday holy. That was the thing. And today you can see people minds are shifting, and they are not giving importance. But even today, if you go around in certain cities and certain towns in India, you can see they prepare. The women of the house, they prepare, they clean the house, they do everything on Friday. And that shows. And there's also something that is very significant for Indians, especially. The wise men who visited Jesus Christ when he was born, they are from India, and six of them, they are called rishis. Rishis went to see Jesus Christ and worship him, and they went and saw, and they stirred. They went to Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and they saw. So the day is going to be very given more importance, because God said Saturday is important and India keeps that. And but man is saying Sunday should be kept sacred. So the controversy is going to be in this direction during this COVID and after the COVID that is going to come. This is one of the things that we need to consider. So, mark of the beast is something that is going to be given to people. And if you don't have the mark, you cannot buy, you cannot sell, you cannot admit your children in the school. So, like how we have today all the identification cards, you need to have this one, mark of the beast, to make everything possible for you. So, there's going to be towards the end two groups of people. One is worshiping on Sunday, other one worshiping on Saturday. Now imagine this is going to impact hospitality and tourism industry. So how it is going to be, what it is going to be like, how you need to think. Now, I'm very sure that these points are not considered in formulating sustainable strategies, measures, and solutions, especially in tourism and hospitality industry today. But we need to consider these things, how things are going to take place. So finally, to conclude, uh, it's wonderful to think about these things, what is going to come, and you will see, and you will experience, and you will also know how, when it will be implemented. The first one, and I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel, the good news to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation and kindred and people and tongue, saying with a loud voice, Fear God and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment is come, and worship him that made heaven and earth and the sea and the fountains of waters. And there followed another angel, Babylon is fallen, that great city, because she made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. So you can see that is today it is being formulated. It is going to come to this. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, If any man worship the beast and his image and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand. Now, mark these words and try to find out how it is fulfilling, how it is happening today. If they have this, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture in the cup of his indignation, and he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up for ever and ever, and they shall have no rest nor night who worship the beast and his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. And if you don't have this mark of the beast, you can't buy and sell, you can't do any transaction. Now that is going to be. And do you think it is worth considering these things in terms of having sustainable strategies, measures, and solutions for the post COVID-19 pandemic, especially in this area? I think it is worth. It is wonderful. And because these things are fulfilling, it is coming into hand in hand. And this is the agenda that is having. And we need to be strengthened, and we need to be more sensible and taking note of these wise things and the wisdom of this, that we can have a good as we conclude about the sustainable strategies, measures, solutions for hospitality and tourism industry in post COVID-19 pandemic. So India is a beautiful country, and people like to come, but when? The question comes to us, when? And what would be the strategies, measures, and solution? So thank you very much, and God bless you as you continue to present and share your views today in this wonderful DY Patil University International Conference on Global Business Management, Hospitality, and Tourism Studies. Thank you.
Thank you for this stimulating presentation, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to sincerely appreciate you for this outstanding presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you very much. Or any participants wish to add any questions?
Yes, sir. May ask me if I will try to answer if there is something.
You can quit from the presentation. What is your major suggestion after this COVID-19, the tourism industry will or hospitality industry will take up?
Oh, yes. Uh, After COVID-19, I think COVID-19 has a different purpose, but the restrictions that are caused because of COVID-19, when it is removed, you can see when they open the borders and everything, you can see slowly, gradually, it is going to once again re-emerge those things what was already there. Like when I see here, like 90% of the business enterprises and the establishments and those places of tourism, hotspot of tourism and also hospitality industry, it's all declining. So when it is open and the borders are open, naturally they'll bring back initially the original and accommodate with the new policies that are coming up, and then they come up with different guidelines and stipulations, and there's going to be guidelines for everything, and that will be implemented too.
Thank you, sir. One more question.
Yes,
We
sir.
heard from the newspaper that Thailand has taken most care in the initial stage also for the COVID-19 measures, and now it is open for tourists. So, how safe or what are the safety measures which Thailand government or ministry has been taken to overcome this crisis?
Uh, so if you look at Thailand, Thailand is a very unique country, and this country has taken a lot of measures. And one good thing about the people here in Thailand is they just follow whatever the government tells them to follow. And because of the lockdown and restrictions, and from the very day one on, there was not a very strict lockdown, but we were able to move around everywhere. And from April on, we were able to move around, and today we have in the university we have face-to-face class, and we meet students and we go around because of the measures what they have taken. And one more thing I've also heard, like oh, don't make it too harsh on people, because that will create a lot of fear and panic, and that will put their immunity down. So that was also one of the major steps that they've taken, not to create fear among the people, but but to take wise actions that will help them to improve their immunity. That was remarkable thing that you can see in Thailand.
Any participants wish to ask any questions?
Actually, if you come today to Thailand, you need to be 14 days quarantine, and you can move around freely. It's
Okay,
wonderful.
okay. That means 14 days isolation.
Actually, you can do much before that. Much
Yeah,
before
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, Thank you, sir. Thank you very
Well,
much.
you're welcome, sir.
Okay. Hand over to Poonam, madam. Poonam, madam, you can take over for the next session. So you people are not planning to come to India because of the quarantine, right?
That's very true.
Okay.
So I'd like to thank you for inviting me to share a few thoughts about strategies and possible measures and solutions, especially in this area. Uh, God bless you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Same to you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay. After this keynote session, we are having guest speakers or invited lectures from Chef Bimal Sharma, then Mrs. Bhavani Swaminathan, then Ms. Vaishali Sinha and Pramod Verma, and Dr. Mail Murugan. In another 5 minutes time, next session will be starting. Any delay for guest, madam?
Sir, I think there's some login issues, so I think I have already forwarded him the Miss Kavita's number.
Okay, okay. Just to tell him to click the link. That's it. Please share their number to Kavita also, so that she will also contact. You can share their number
I'm
to
in
Kavita.
contact with Vimal sir.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Kavita ma'am, is he able to join in? Kavita, has Chef Bimal been able to join?
Good morning, sir.
Prakash sir, good morning.
Very good morning, sir.
Very good morning. Good morning. Whether session is on?
Yeah, just started. We are waiting for the speaker to connect in. First speaker to connect in.
Oh, inauguration over?
Yeah. Keynote speak is over from Dr. Noah Balraj.
Okay. The madam is talking, no? So waiting for a speaker. How many speakers today? Morning?
For including you, another three speakers. Total four.
Three speakers. Okay, total four. Okay.
Uh,
So my place is fourth one, isn't it?
Fourth one.
Kavita, has Chef Bimal been able to join? Sorry?
Kavita madam, Bimal sir joined.
Kavita, is Bimal chef in touch with you? Because
She
I'm
is
trying to
talking to
call him.
you. She is talking to you.
He's busy.
Bimal Sharma, which topic, sir? Which on? Sir? You unmute and tell me, sir.
No. Related to our topic only. Hospitality and tourism.
Hospitality and tourism in general, isn't it?
Yes.
He is from then Bhavani Swaminathan, Pramod Verma, and the Mail Murugan.
Yeah.
Prakash sir, yesterday how many participants have attended? Any
28 people presented their paper.
presented paper, but the participants
Participants 68.
68. Okay. So today my topic on sustainable strategical management. Am I right?
Management related to
So what
hospitality
is
and
their
tourism.
requirement? What is their requirement? What they asked?
Sir, you are online. Please talk offline.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Kavita, has Chef Bimal been able to log in?
अभी बरेगा रिजल्ट अन्नर थे समझ गोष्टी हाँ
सर माइक म्यूट करो सर.
यस सर
Hello, Poonam ma'am. I'm to reach you.
Kavita ma'am, please try again that, sir.
It's not meaning like he's selling his tried all the connections, but it's not working. So I'll ask if Bhavani ma'am is available and request
Yes,
her to come online then. Is that okay?
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Bhavani madam joined.
Sir, I'm trying to reach her. I've already sent her the links.
Okay. Kavita, madam?
Hello? Yes, sir.
Yes. Is Bhavani
Uh,
madam do you have her number? Bhavani madam?
no, ma. No.
Okay. Ask Poonam madam.
Hello, Poonam ma'am. I think she's disconnected.
Maybe he's having any range problem.
Prakash sir, I'm on call with him.
Okay, okay.
ओके वो कनेक्टिंग दिखा रहा है ठीक आपने एक्सेप्ट कर दिया सर एक्चुअली मुझे यहाँ पे कनेक्टिंग ही दिखा रहा है शायद आपका नेटवर्क का कुछ तो भी होगा प्रॉब्लम क्योंकि वाईफाई का भी कभी कभी स्लो हो जाता है
Okay, okay.
हाँ हाँ कभी कभी
Mhm. Is he connected now? Bimal Sharma sir connected now?
Right now.
Kavita ma'am, is Bimal Sharma sir connected?
नो सर ही इज ट्राइंग टू रिकनेक्ट
He is out of range, I think, right?
ही हैव सम वाईफाई इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी इशू
Is Bimal Sharma sir? Pavani madam?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're there. So your voice is clear?
Yeah, can you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poonam madam?
So am I audible
Yes,
and
yes, yes.
visible?
Yeah.
Because with Zoom, I'm comfortable. This is the first time I'm using this application. So,
Okay. This is a customized one. So
okay.
there are so many facilities, YouTube streaming and all is
Okay.
available. Okay.
Okay.
So you can start, madam. Already introduction is over. You can start.
Okay. So, okay. So I'll start, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay. So good morning, all of you. Because as I said, like I'm not very comfortable with this. I was used to using Zoom, so I don't know how many participants are there and who all are here. So to begin with, to give a short introduction about myself, I am Bhavani Swaminathan, a nutritionist and founder of Akanksha Desire for Wellness. And to begin with, the conference is all about post pandemic and hospitality. So to going back to the fire, when we talk about hospitality, so there is the first thing which I always believe is something. Food is very important, all of us we know. And food plays a very important role in terms of our health and well-being. So chefs and the people who are going to work in the kitchen, so they are going to take care of people, the guests, very much in terms of the food which they are going to provide to the guests, and the way complete this thing, they are going to take care of their health while preparing the food, while cooking the food, while serving the food, everything is there. But what about the health of those people who are working for this, the chefs and other people who are there in the kitchen? So I feel, to be honest, from my side, I feel like the chefs, they themselves have to take care of their health, because their health is the prime concern in this pandemic time. So if you are taking, when we board the flight, there's always saying ki pehle aap mask pehno, uske baad mein dusron ko pehnao. Okay, so that's very important. Like, you have to take care of your health first, and then you can take care of others. So in these terms, there are few points which, as a nutritionist, I would like to talk on, that how the chefs and the people who are working in the kitchen can take care of their health, so that now immunity is the key word. So everybody is looking for immunity. There are certain immunity boosting tea, this, that, and everything. So let me tell you, frankly, there are all the ingredients which are present in our Indian kitchen, that is going to boost our immunity. So if you take anything out of our shelf, out of our Indian kitchen shelf, you find that every ingredient is an immunity booster. So in today's session, I would like to, tell all the people, those who have joined here in the beginning, as I said, because I'm not comfortable with this application, so I can't see who all are here. So I believe that people from the hospitality sector are there. So for them, the things, a few points which we need to take care when we talk about health and wellness and nutrition and immunity. So few points I would like to discuss with all of you, wherein maybe you can also try these things at home, and then you really find the difference. Okay. So to begin with, there is certain, where when in CCD and all, we find this turmeric latte is quite common, quite famous. But the same turmeric latte, when it is given at home by the grandmom, saying that this is the haldi wala doodh, which is something, we find it very funny. Okay, what, especially with the youngsters. Okay. So this is something you begin with to boost your immunity, take those things, those food which are going to help you in your long term health benefit, which is going to give. So one very small thing, the few steps I would like to show you, wherein we can take care of our health, as well as you can be, kind of you can be very like we say na ekdam, you can be completely a healthy person, not it's not only because of this COVID situation. We have to take care of our health, because health is an investment. That's what I feel. Whatever we are earning, the hard work which we are putting to earn this money, I feel and I believe that we should not give this money to a medical practitioner unless and until it is very urgent or important. We cannot, it is better not to spend money on medications rather than spend money on different good things, like going for a world tour or something, maybe after some, when everything is normal. So to start with, a small exercise which I would this you might be finding it little different from the other sessions. I don't know what all sessions we had. Okay, so there are few things, if you can try to do it, like the most important thing is, from the nutritionist point of view which I am talking, is taking care of your health means you have to, what, it's not about that what exotic food you are eating. It's all about the simple food also which you are eating, that has to be digested. Once the food is digested, then only it can get assimilated in the body. Once the assimilation is done, that means each and every cell of your body is getting the required amount of nutrient. And once the nutrients are supplied to your cells, that means you are going to stay healthy. Now, how are we going to provide these nutrients to our each and every cell, because there are n number of cells in our body? So how we are going to supply this? So the simplest, the simple thing which we need to take care about is about the digestion process, the digestive system. Now, how we are going to take care of our digestive system? Because if you are a very health conscious person, you are going to read so many magazines, you're going to, and YouTube and Google, everywhere we find so many things mentioned. But now, how the most important point which comes is how we are going to take care of our digestive system. Now, the food which we are eating, that has to get digested properly. And how do we know that the food is getting digested properly or not? Because there are at times, the acidity problem arises, and then constipation problem arises, especially after a certain age, when you are in your mid 30s, and then when you cross 40, then we start realizing that, okay, I am having this problem. Earlier also, when I was in my mid 20s, earlier also I was eating in the same way, but now the same food, when I'm eating, I'm not able to digest the food. The reason is because the food you have eaten is not getting digested, and that too not for 1 or 2 days. This is a mistake which we have been doing since so many, since a number of years, and that's the reason why our body is not getting the nutrition which is required. Okay, so very simple steps, especially during this pandemic, where we need to take care of our health, and post pandemic also, that is going to help us out. So, few simple steps I'll tell you. What the first, there are few mistakes, rather, I would say, there are few mistakes which we do. The most common mistake is, we drink water just for the sake of drinking water, or maybe in some magazine, health magazine, it is mentioned that you have to drink 8 to 10 glasses of water, or you have to drink 3 to 4 liters of water. That's one major mistake which we do, because each body is different, each individual is unique. So the amount of, the way we eat food, same way the amount of water will also be different for every individual. So that's one mistake which we generally do. Second mistake which we do is eating and drinking together. So when there are people have this habit of eating food, and they keep a glass of water on the dining table, they can't eat food without drinking a sip of water. So that's the second mistake which we do. So I would like to request all the people, those who are attending this, if you start thinking seriously about your health, so if you work on these two aspects of drinking water properly, you will find that there is going to be a drastic improvement in your health in few days. You have to try this sincerely. You have to understand how you can observe, what all changes you're finding in your health. So let me come to the first point. The first mistake which we are doing is we are drinking water without knowing that how much we need to drink, because in every magazine it is just mentioned the number of liters or the number of glasses, and every individual is unique, so your requirement will be different from my requirement. Okay, so how do we understand this? So there are people who never feel thirsty. There are again a set of people who never ever feel thirsty. For them it is difficult to make put it into that category, that how much water I need to drink. So first thing you remember is, when you get up in the morning, the first thing which we do is we generally go and brush our teeth, and then people who have this habit of drinking water, they drink water, maybe warm water, just room temperature water, or maybe they go for having a cup of tea or coffee. Now this is a small exercise which you can start doing from tomorrow morning itself, and that is, when you get up in the morning, without brushing your teeth, again, those who have missed my words, again I'm repeating, without brushing your teeth, drink water. Now when I say without brushing your teeth, people say that that's so it would be so horrible, how a person can drink without brushing teeth. Now, this is something which is very, very important to take care of your health, as well as taking care of your digestive system. As because in the beginning I said, if your digestive system is good, that means you can digest the food. Once you are digesting the food, that means all the nutrition, all the nutrients are supplied to your body and to your cells. So why we need to drink water without brushing our teeth? The reason is, when we are sleeping at night, the saliva gets accumulated in our mouth, and that saliva is extremely beneficial for a lot of things, especially for digestion. So when we are drinking that, when we are taking in that saliva along with the water, that is going to help you in your getting the food digested properly. That is one thing. Second mistake which I said was like eating and drinking together. Now why we should not be, because this is a very common habit which people do, eating and drinking water at the same time. Now this is a not in terms of medical science I'm not talking about. This is a very our age old Ayurveda concept. Okay, this is written in the old Ayurveda textbooks, which is called as Sushruta Samhita. And there are few more textbooks wherein you can find these writings which were written 5,000 years ago, where we did not even know about what was medicine and medical science. In those days it was mentioned, like when we eat food, there is something called as in Ayurveda it is called as Jathar. So this is the Jathar Agni. That means the digestive fire starts burning when we start eating food. Now, what happens is, when we are eating food and the Jathar Agni, that is the digestive fire, starts burning, and immediately when you drink water, so that Jathar Agni is going to, it is not going to work efficiently. Like we all know that water and fire are not good friends. They both are enemy. So the digestive fire, the Jathar Agni, is required so that we can digest our food. But if we are drinking water on top of it, that means the digestion process will slower down. Once the digestion process slows down, that means your food, the complete food, is not going to get digested. And if the food is not going to get digested, that means we are going to accumulate toxins in our body. Now these toxins slowly, not immediately I'm saying, because if you have formed this habit at a very young age and you have not stop this habit, so slowly when you are getting older and older, so then that time you will find that the smaller problems like acidity, gastric problem, headache, migraine, all these things you will start developing, and then you will find that this will lead to a bigger problem. It can be heart related issues, or it can be cancer. There are a lot of things associated only with the small stuff, just because you are not you're not able to digest the food properly. Okay, so that is one of the most important reasons. So make sure that all of you, those who really want to take care of your health, and those who really want to understand the meaning of immunity, and you want to experiment, how I can improve my, or I can increase my immunity system. So that way you just try out these few natural things, these few smaller changes you can bring in to your daily life. One is, when you get up in the morning, you just have water without brushing your teeth, and that is absolutely on the person who is drinking water. Do not go by any book or health magazine saying that I have to, put on that, 1 liter water in the morning. Don't go by that. If you think that you can drink 1 or 2 glasses of water, that is fine. If you think that you can drink 1 liter of water, that is also fine. But do not, pressurize yourself that, okay, I've read somewhere, or my, friend or my family members, they are drinking water, 1 liter water, so I also have to drink. Okay, so it is totally up to you. Get up in the morning, drink water as much as you can. Preferably it should be warm water, especially during winters, or it can be room temperature water. No refrigerated water, because that's one mistake again we do. Refrigerated water should not be, I mean, I feel that, to be honest, that refrigerated water or any cold drink should not be consumed, and especially during this time where we are trying to increase our immunity. Okay, then secondly, remember that while eating food, do not drink water, because I gave the reason why we should not be drinking water. So there are a lot of people, we'll come to the question answer session, but there are people who generally ask in my sessions that, you have said that you cannot drink water, then what to do, because I'm so used to drinking water. So in that case, we have, every problem has got solutions. So here also we have some solution for this, those who are really wanting to drink water while eating. So in the morning, when you're having your breakfast, at that time you can have a glass of fresh fruit juice or vegetable juice, or any juice which is available, which is a combination of vegetable or fruit. And please note my words, it should be fresh vegetable or fruit juice, not the packeted ones, because we all have are so much, dependent on the convenience food. Anything you open your refrigerator, you open the packet, you get everything ready made, and we feel that, okay, the time is saved, I have got everything in my refrigerator, I can have anything, I can just take out the packet and have anything. So make sure, see, the health will come only when you are doing certain amount of, work and activity and all. In that way you will find that you remain healthy. Okay, so rather than going for those packeted ones, make sure that you are preparing a fresh glass of juice. It's very simple. Whatever, now it's winter season, you get so many fresh vegetables and fruits. Just put it in the blender, add water, and just strain it and drink it. So for your breakfast, you can have fresh juice. For your lunch, you can, the best option is you can have buttermilk. Just take little bit of curd. This is a very common thing in Indian culture, it's a probiotic. So you can have a nice buttermilk, with little bit of curd, adding water, and mix it with little bit of add little bit of salt. So buttermilk you can have. The problem will arise during dinner, because in the dinner you can neither have juice nor you can have buttermilk. Both are not appropriate for dinner. Let me tell you one more thing, because I strictly go by the rules of Ayurveda nutrition, where there is something called as Viruddha Ahar, which means the opposite food. So nowadays we get so many health issues. One is lifestyle changes. Second is because of faulty eating habit. We find that there are certain health issues which we face. So this is one of the thing, if you are, don't think that in the evening and the night also for dinner I can have buttermilk, because I am a South Indian. So in South India, there's a very old tradition of having curd, curd, buttermilk, everything. And we have it at, people have it at night also. Okay, which is actually not very good for your health. So make sure that you are going for something else, and that else is milk. Now, milk is something you cannot have with food immediately the way we are drinking buttermilk, because food has got salt. Now, milk and salt should not be mixed together. Okay, so that's the reason you try to finish your dinner, give a gap of 10 to 15 minutes, and then you drink milk. So this is basically a very slow, procedure, wherein you are trying to shift yourself from towards a good habit, so that we move towards a healthier life. Okay, so these are few things which which you can try, with water. And the and third important thing which I forgot to mention is how to drink water, because we all have this habit of gulping water. Either we just take from the glass directly or from the bottle directly. If we are at a workplace, we carry our bottle, so quickly we try to gulp that water. Instead of that, we have to sip by sip we need to drink. That is again very important. Okay, these are the things. See, all these things, I am not saying something new or something which is mentioned in the recent textbooks or research has been done. These were things which were, all of them were there in our tradition, in our culture. And that's the reason, if you just go way back 2 decades ago, you just think about, if I think about my grandfather, grandmother, I still remember my grandfather who was 92. He never went to dentist. Rather, we as children, we were going to the dentist. Okay, that is slowly the lifestyle has changes. Slowly, the food which we are having, we do not know what we are eating. We do not know which is the right combination. So it's very, very important, because now pandemic has taught a lot of things to us. We have suffered since last, it's been almost, it will be 1 year. Now we have seen so many things, which were not very pleasant for our eyes. Okay, so that way, it's the time when we take charge of our health. Okay, and these are the few steps by which we can take care of our health. So one was about the water, I said, how to drink, how much to drink, and what time you should be drinking water. And before your lunch, before your major meals, that is lunch, dinner, and breakfast, so give a gap of half an hour. After food, you can have, after 1 hour you can have water. So these are this, simple, golden rules which you can follow for drinking water. This is the first step, to take care of your health. Second step, which I said, that everything is there in our Indian kitchen. So that's the reason why I call that Indian kitchen pharmacy, because it's like, complete pharmacist store where we get all the ingredients which has got, medicinal benefits. So starting from the curcumin, that is haldi powder, or black peppercorns, or dalchini, whatever you take, but then make sure that, because again, there is something which we find that, because of I don't know what word I should be using, because we are not awareness. I won't call it as awareness. We are more moving towards convenient life, convenience lifestyle. So whatever is easy to get, whatever is convenient for us, whatever thing is in our hand, we try to utilize those things. थोड़ा सा अगर हम मेहनत करेंगे, थोड़ा सा हम ज्यादा कोशिश करेंगे, so you find that definitely you are moving towards a better life, better health. Okay, so here I would like to mention that we have to consume seasonal. The chefs over here, I don't know how, if chefs are there in this group or not. So they must be knowing that the seasonal vegetables, consumption of seasonal vegetables and fruits are very, very important. Now when we talk about seasonal, so seasonal में ये हो जाता है कि we don't know what is seasonal actually, because everything nowadays is available. In winter season also I can find watermelon and muskmelon in the market, but that is not seasonal. So we have to understand what are seasonal fruits, what are seasonal vegetables. Accordingly we have to eat. Okay, so that is how we can maintain our health. That is how we can come into that bracket of immunity which we are looking for. Okay, I think just 5 minutes left. If you have any question, you can please ask, or I'll just end the session, because I think it's just for half an hour. That's what I came to know from Poonam Bajaj. Any question if anyone would like to ask?
Madam, what is the time duration from the breakfast, lunch, and dinner, or in between we can take something or any something instructions from your side?
You're talking about water.
Water or
What?
breakfast or anything.
See the main. There are four. I mean, three major meals which we are usually having: breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And in the evening time at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, everybody is hungry. Okay, so what we do is we land up eating something which is not correct. Say, for example, vada pav or samosa or something like that, and then we skip dinner. So make sure that you're having something good in the evening, Okay, and water, as I said, it should be
Suggested
half an hour before the
food,
meals and 1 hour
during
after the meals.
during the
So,
during the paramedic.
okay,
Hello, hello, sir. Hello,
yeah,
hello, madam. My one question to you. Can you
yes.
suggest type of food during the COVID-19 or when it's come again? Can you suggest the nutrition?
Yes, yes. See, during, yes, perfect. So, during COVID, this time, we have to be very particular about our food. So, make sure whatever food you are eating, it should be freshly cooked food. Freshly cooked food in the sense that has to be, see, any Indian food which you take. If you are from Maharashtra, if you are from Gujarat, if you are from South, we all have our regional cuisines. Okay, Maharashtrians and Gujaratis have poha for their breakfast. If you go to down towards south, they have idlis and upmas. So all these are the fresh food, freshly cooked food. So when you are having freshly cooked food, that is going to help you during this situation, especially because we want to we want to remain in a good health. So more and more fresh food, if you are consuming freshly cooked food, or it can be fresh seasonal vegetables and fruits, and including nuts and nuts and seeds in your diet. So that is equally important. So you can make a small diet chart of your own. Say for example, if I give you 1 day's diet plan, a very simple Indian vegetarian 1 day's diet plan, if I give you, so it's like from morning to night, I'll tell you how what you can do. Get up in the morning without brushing teeth, have some water. After having water, give a gap of half an hour, because we all have this habit of rushing towards the kitchen and making that cup of tea or coffee because we are addicted to it. Okay, so in the, slowly, it can be called as a weaning process. Okay, instead of immediately having that tea or coffee, I'm not saying that stop tea or coffee, you have with your breakfast. So after having water, after half an hour, maybe you can have a glass of fresh juice, and then you can, during your breakfast, you have your tea or coffee. Breakfast can be anything, any freshly cooked food. It can also be, puri bhaji or aloo paratha or poha or anything, but that has to be a freshly cooked food. You cannot, store it in the refrigerator for 2 days and you're just taking out and microwave mein garam kiya and you're eating. That is not going to help you. The reason is, one reason is, in a very subtle way, in a very in a spiritual aspect, if I tell you, so that sattvic food, when you're cooking the fresh food, that is sattvic food, that will turn tamasic, which means the microorganism starts growing on it. So make sure that whatever food you are consuming, it has to be fresh. So breakfast may, you have got so many options. It can be people who are non-vegetarian, for them, they can even go for omelette or boiled bread. And for vegetarians, you have got so many options, right from poha to upma to idli to dosa to, there are, a lot of things are there. Then mid morning is a time when we feel hungry, that is around 11:30, and we always have this habit of having a cup of tea or coffee, especially when we are at our workplace. So during that time, you can have some nuts. It can be
நம்ம இந்த
all
செமினார்ல
those things.
கொடுத்த லிங்க் எல்லாம் இருக்குல்ல, நிறைய இப்ப நான் கொடுத்துருக்கேன், 10 லிங்க்
So,
இருக்கு,
and then
அதெல்லாம் எதுல கொடுத்து?
for the lunch, have your regular food, your dal, roti, chawal, sabzi. Evening, you can again go for fruits. Some smoothies. There are a lot of smoothies
அது
also.
ஓகே, அது right.
Then dinner is normally, make sure that you have a lot of fiber in the diet. Okay, so it can be one full day.
Kavita, can you please mute Dr. Mayur, please?
Very good explanation given by madam. Thank you, madam.
Madam, good morning. Good morning, ma'am.
Mail to
Hello.
Prakash.
Yes.
Whatever you can talk today, you can mail to Prakash.
Hello, madam. Madam, your presentation is so nice. It is more of healthy to every one of us. So my simple question is how to overcome the acidity problem. Naturally, that creates the chest congestion frequently.
Yes.
That too for the person who is more of anxiety and they have an expectations, anxiety and expectation, it leads to depression. So my question is how to overcome
Yes.
the acidity problem. So
And
how we can
Yes.
minimize?
Very good question. Very good question that has come from your side. This is a very common problem which everyone is facing, and I won't be putting any age bracket because the younger people also are suffering from this problem. So there is something called, which I call, this is my version of saying, I call it as Nani ke nuskhe, which is the grandmom's age-old remedies. Okay, and these age-old remedies, they work wonders. Okay, so here sorry, I didn't get the name of the person who has put up this question. So sir, I
Yes,
would
ma'am.
answer to this question is a very simple remedy. I'll tell you, you can start from today itself. What you have to do is the most simplest one. What you have to do is just take half teaspoon of dry ginger powder, which we in Hindi we call it as salt powder. So take half teaspoon of dry ginger powder, add half teaspoon of honey to it. In the morning, after you drink water and all, just have this. And in the evening, say after your lunch and the tea time, when there is a gap of 2 hours, so during that time, you have one more time. So twice a day, like the doctor prescribes medicine. So I'm just telling you, this is something which, see, all these things are all tried, tested, experimented, and after getting the result, that's why I'm sharing on this platform, so that you also can do it, get to see the result. Okay, that is one remedy. The second one is another simplest one. Just take ajwain seeds. Okay, you can mix it in bottle, and it's an airtight container. Add ajwain seed and jaggery in equal amount. Make sure if you are diabetic, then don't go for these two remedies. For diabetic, suitable. If you're non-diabetic, just add ajwain and jaggery in equal proportion. Any point of the day time, whenever you remember, you can just have half teaspoon. That's it. If you are diabetic, you without jaggery, you have to take this. Okay. So these are things which is really going to help you for this acidity problem, because of the acidity we lead into that leads to anxiety, depression, and all those things.
Hello, madam.
Yes. Yes.
Uh, I have a question that you are telling about water, drinking water, no, but some people are not taking water. They are not feeling thirsty in the middle.
Yes.
Is there
Yes.
any genuine reason for that?
See, there is no actually any reason, as specific reason, but there are people who do not remember to drink water, and we all know that 65 to 72% of our body constitutes with water, so water is equally important. For such people, I would suggest one small thing, just keep an alarm. Maybe every 2 hours keep an alarm, so that you remember and you start drinking water, and that's how we get habituated. Any activity that we are doing again and again, that becomes a habit. So this will also become a habit.
Okay, thank you. Good. But some are
Good morning.
having the tendency when other people are drinking water, they will drink. They are not having thirsty, also they will take water. Only seeing others are
They
drinking.
have to,
But,
yes. Yes,
but some people are so adamant they are not taking water, but
no,
they need water.
ma'am, to be honest, if a person wants to really take care of his health, then he has
Mm.
to work on himself. Nobody else
Mm.
can push. Even I give my diet plans, people spend money and come, but I cannot force anyone because it's up to them. So a person who's really interested to take care of his health, he'll definitely, go in for, proper health care. Yeah.
Mm. Okay,
Good
thank
morning,
you,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yeah, good morning, madam.
Yes,
I have,
ma'am.
yeah. Ma'am, it has been found that in spite of having a nutritious diet, most of the times absorption doesn't take place in the body and the levels are low. So what can we do to increase the absorption of our body, of the
See,
nutrients? Good.
okay. See, one thing I'll tell you, everything, the problem starts with our stomach. Okay. I remember, people say, especially to our Indian girls and women, elders, they say the best way to enter a man's heart is through his stomach. When you get married, you give, very good food to your husband, so he'll be very happy. This is a very, I don't know, such a nonsense concept is there, but then it is, age old thing. Now, what we do is we, if a, because in our culture in India, mostly women cook. And if a woman is a good cook, wife is a good cook, she will keep on cooking, different varieties. And now that, and people, family members or husband, they keep on eating. Now the new trend which has started with the young generation, that is binge eating. So even elders, they do. Now you are eating. Okay, ma'am, I'm trying to, I can't see you, so I'm just trying to give this explanation. So we are, continuously eating. Now the body has to do a certain process. That means the body is doing, the digestion. There is, in simple language, in a layman's language, if I tell you, we have soldiers inside our body. So these soldiers are helping us to digest the food. Okay, and after digestion, there is something called as healing is happening. Okay, but we are not giving that time to heal. Why? The reason is, whatever comes in front of our eyes, we start eating. We don't even think. So when the digestion process starts, slowly the food is getting digested and the healing is going to start. We eat something. So this constant eating, the binge eating we are doing, and especially lot of people who are working late night, youngsters especially, late night, after 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, we start searching inside the refrigerator what is there to eat. That's a very, very bad, habit. There is something called a circadian cycle, or in Ayurveda also, every, in text, even in our textbooks, it is mentioned, there is a time for everything, the when we are resting. See, 11 to 5 sleep is very important. Night 11 p.m. to morning 5 a.m. So 11 o'clock, when we, 10:30, when we hit the bed, we sleep. So 11 to 3 o'clock, our liver is working for us. Then 3 to 4, lungs are working for us. See, every organ is working for us. We don't even know that they are working for us, and we are trying to, put pressure on them by eating wrong food at wrong time. So, ma'am, what I would say is, when we eat our food at regular intervals, and we give some time, because we have this is more of psychology, कि खा के 2 घंटा हो गया है, now I have to eat something, even if you are not hungry, or maybe some cake or pastry or something has come in front of your eyes, so we want to eat that. So if you start giving a certain gap, automatically the digestion, absorption, everything will be normal. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bhavani ma'am. I'm sorry I couldn't introduce you at the start because of poor internet issue.
Yeah,
So I'll
yeah,
just
no, no
introduce
issues.
Bhavani ma'am. Just give me a moment. I'll just do a brief introduction of Bhavani ma'am. For those who have been logged into this session, she is our a Mumbai-based nutritionist, a professor, and a researcher, and she's the founder of Akanksha Desire for Wellness. Her aim is actually to spread magic one can create in their kitchen. She only believes in vegetarian hand-cooked food, and that's what she is very good at. So she actually aspires to help people struggling with health issues through homemade vegetarian food to achieve mental and physical well-being. So that's her motto, and that she's been working really hard towards it and helping a lot of people to achieve the same that what she believes in. Thank you very much, Bhavani ma'am, for taking time
You.
out of your busy schedule and addressing to this crowd at the international conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Poonam, and thank you, participants, for listening to me so patiently. And I would request all those who are attending the session, please like my page on Facebook, Akanksha, AAKNKSH, Akanksha Desire for Wellness, and subscribe to my YouTube channel and follow me on Instagram. So thanks a lot, everybody. So wishing you all a very happy new year and a healthy new year. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your wishes. The same to you from all.
Thank you.
On
Thank
behalf
you
of
so
every
much.
one of us, we thank your presentation. It will be more helpful, which will be directly helpful to every one of us.
Yeah.
Great, ma'am. Happy New Year to you all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, Poonam, shall I exit?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker we've got is Mr. Pramod Verma, sir. Are you here? Pramod, sir? Pramod, sir, may I request you to please come put on your video? Pramod sir, are you there? Yes. Good afternoon, Pramod sir.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you very much. So, I would like to introduce Mr. Pramod Verma. He's got more than 20 years of experience in the cruise line industry and has worked around the world in various positions. He has worked with various organizations like the Marine Plaza, the Le Royal Meridian Mumbai, Air Tours UK Italy, Festival Cruise Lines Italy, Carnival Southampton UK. Currently, he's working with MV The World, a luxury apartmentship as a restaurant manager. So I would like to welcome Mr. Pramod Verma, and he shall be talking today on measures, procedures in cruise industry in the post-COVID pandemic. Over to you, Mr. Pramod Verma, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to all the participants here with me. Um, First of all, I just like to say that the cruise industry is a very challenging and a different industry in terms of hospitality. I've been working there for 17 odd years, and the post COVID-19 situation was very terrible and very unfortunate when it came to the cruise industry. Cruise industry was the first sectors of hospitality or travel industry which actually got the shock of the COVID-19, whether all the hotels were started locking down in March. The first COVID-19 cases started to happen in January. I hope you guys remember that there was a ship called Diamond Princess, which was sailing from Hong Kong to Japan, and that was in January, and got a cases of COVID-19 people. That time, nobody knew what the virus was. Nobody knew what the scenario was. Nobody knew how to handle the virus. So, unfortunately, the authorities also made a lot of mistakes by keeping the COVID-19 patient on the ship, uh, or not even taking them to the hospital for a care. So what happened was, being the COVID-19 patient staying on board actually spread the virus to hundreds and hundreds of people on the ship. So that was the first step where the cruise industry got a big what do you call it, a negative remark in the media as well, that it is the petri dish of making viruses on board. And from March onwards, it's been on a shutdown. It all started back in August, September 2020, slowly and steadily, and again it was shut down in December because of COVID-19 situation getting bad in Europe. But there's of course a couple of ships sailing in Japan and in Asia as well. So that was basically a pre-idea of what happened with the COVID-19 situation. I myself was on the ship when this one happened in March. I was in Australia, and we have to sign off from the ship, come back to India. I was very lucky to come back on March 21st, 11:45, and 12 o'clock. The lockdown was beginning in India as well. If I would have been late for another hour, I would have been stuck in Australia for at least for 3 more months. So I was very lucky. But from thereafter, the cruise industry is totally shut down. 99% of the ships are already not opening up. They're opening up slowly right now. They're very slow progress because they want to take the winter out. Winter is considered to be a part of the year where you might get more diseases, and it's very easy for any virus or any bacteria to grow faster in European countries and even in America as well, because of the cold climate. So what we have done is, including my company as well, we are looking at the aim of opening up in the next quarter two of the next year, and starting back to the operation. So what we have done is, we have announced some measures. What will happen to the guests? What kind of hospitality? What kind of services we can give to the COVID-19 to the passengers after the COVID-19 as well, and during the COVID-19 period as well, because even the vaccine has come out and the vaccination process has started in Europe and America as well. We're still probably gonna live with the COVID-19 for at least for 6 to 9 months for our liking. So we have to get used to it. We cannot stop ourselves. So what we have done is, we have done a lot of procedures which will enhance the guest services, and will also remind the safety of the customers and the passengers, and of course the crew members as well, who are working for the company as well. So what I'm going to go through one by one. There are a couple of points. I'm going to go one by one and explain you what the standards and SOPs have been made to make sure the safety of the passenger and the crew on board the cruise ship. So first of all, there are going to be health checkups before the embarkation. Embarkation is where people embark on the ship for a cruise, for a vacation, for a holiday. So, considering the size of the ships right now, we have 6,000 people coming at same time. Probably like in 5-6 hours, we have to embark 6,000 people on a cruise ship in a normal scenario. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to do extended health checkups. That means they have to get a COVID-19 test done 48 hours before they travel. Of course, when they come to the terminal to embark the ship, they would have a rapid test there for everybody, and also they're going to be given time slots to come on the ship. It's not like before you had between 10 to 5. You can come anytime you want and you can get into the ship. But right now they would be given a standard time that you have to come and embark the ship. So the embarkation is staggered. Then not everybody is coming at the same time because of the distance regulations. Also, the crew members on embarkation, they would be tested as well. All the crew members, 3,000 crew members on board, they would be tested at the beginning of the cruise as well and the ending of the cruise as well. Same thing with the passengers, they would be tested in the beginning of the cruise as well and the ending of the cruise as well. So there's going to be a lot of testing to find out that if there's nobody is found positive with COVID-19 situation. Also, the regulation says that right now you cannot have a cruise length for more than 1 week. That means you can only cruise, you can only have a vacation for a week, not more than that. And also, you cannot do 2 cruises back to back. That means you finish your vacation for 1 week, you go back, you can only come back next week. You cannot continue the same week as well. So that's the regulation given by the CDC, which is the Center of Disease Control in America, which is the body which actually which is controlling the health system of United States and the North America. They are the one who actually gave permission to use Pfizer vaccine and Moderna vaccine to use for the emergency use as well. So they are a very strong body. So they are the one who give guidelines to the cruise ships as well. So that's the first guideline they have given. The second guideline is also that there would be no buffets. That means there would be no buffets. That means people cannot come to the ships and help themselves on the buffets, which are very, very popular on the cruise ship. People just want to come and enjoy the food. There are going to be more restaurants. We're going to be service will be given to the customers as well. Also, the number of passengers, the number of customers traveling on a cruise ship would be reduced as well. So right now, if you take the ships which are sailing right now in Singapore and in Taiwan and in Japan and in Europe as well, they're sailing probably around about 50% of the capacity. So to give the space for everybody as well. So that's the first thing that's going to be there as well. Second thing is the guests have to get used to the staff wearing gloves and masks, so they cannot probably relate to them that much like before. Before there was a very personalized service between the staff and the customer as well on cruise ships, because it's not like a land-based customer where they come, they eat, they go away. The cruise ship passenger stays on board for 1 week or more than 1 week, and they get used to the staff as well, because they have the same waiters, they have same bedroom stewards, so they have to relate with them. They become like friends, they become like families when they stay for a longer period of time. So they will not be able to do that. Of course, the menus, all the companies are going with the QR based menus, where they can there's no touch. It's going to be on your phone, it's going to be on your mobile, or it's going to be on your electronic devices. Also, the service will be little bit slow, because the buffet actually helps you to go faster and faster, but the service is going to be little bit slower as well. The third thing that would be there is enhanced hygiene procedures. That means there's going to be a lot of cleaning, a lot of sanitations. Lot of companies have done is they are going to change your bed sheets more often. You're not going to use the same towels. They're going to be anti microbial carpets, which are going to be used in the ships as well. They're going to be touch-free tools, and toilets, which normally have a curtain, a shower curtain, which is there, would be replaced by probably a glass divider as well. Also, the passengers would be encouraged, or the guests would be encouraged to wash their hands more often than before and apply the sanitizer as well. More or less is that some of the companies also want that when you embark, they would actually want you to change your clothes which you have embarked in, put in a bag, and send it for the laundry as well. They don't want to you to roam around with the same clothes when you did embarkation and go around the ship. So please come back to the go back to your cabin, put your washing and change to your new clothes, and then you can do whatever you want to do. So they can avoid the surface contacts from the clothes which you have embarked in. You might have touched somewhere else where you're coming back to the ship as well. So that's also an idea which we are following up for that one. Entertainment, of course, entertainment would be at reduced capacities. There would be distance maintained. There will be a lot of seats available because the ships are sailing in a half the capacity what they normally sail as well. So there won't be probably a seat in the middle which will be kept empty, like theaters and the stage shows as well. What else? Medical facilities would be has been already in my company as well. We have revamped our medical facility. Now we have a place where even if somebody gets COVID-19, we can isolate them, or we have apartments or the cabins which are kept extra on the side, that if something happens, we can isolate them, we can take it out from the mainstream and avoid the spread of the COVID-19 viruses. So the space have been kept aside for the medical purposes as well. Also, you're going to have a COVID-19 specialist doctor on board. Before, you only had one doctor, a couple of nurses. Now you're going to have a COVID-19 special doctor, which is also mandatory on the ships as well. What's next? Of course, you know that the ship is a very constrained environment. It's one space for one place for 9,000 people. 9,000 people. So you need to have a lot of people breathe the same air, which is circulated around and around again. So the new standard is that all the ships would be fitted with there's a new technology called MERV13 filters, which can remove a large portion of airborne particles, uh, large portion of airborne particles, and lots of ships also have RT-PCR facility on board, so you don't have to go outside and check what is happening with the COVID-19 period, because the rate of efficacy, the rate or the correction rate of rapid tests are not 100%. So you can only check by RT-PCR test. So the ships already have RT-PCR facilities on board, so they don't have to go around and ask for help from some of the ports to do the checking. They can check it on board and contain the virus then and there only. Of course, everybody's going digital. So there are going to be a lot of touch-free tools. There want to be no credit card swipes. You have to fill up everything online. All the information, all the credit card information. They will give you a medallion which will be posted to you when you are at home, and you just wear the medallion. You can come back and that will be everything for you. You can, if you want to pay, that is your credit card or a debit card. Will be your cabin key. Anything you need to do with it, you can do with it. You don't have to touch anything on the ships as well. That's a new technology where the ships and all the companies are going to use for. Also, what about the excursion? That means people want to go out, look at the places, see the surroundings as well, and enjoy the place. What the ships have done is that you can only travel or tour by the ship's excursion only. There will be a COVID-19 bubble which will be created for you, and you cannot break the bubble. If you break the bubble, you will be sent home. So you can stay in the group. That will be all sanitized, and all the precautions will be taken. You can go around, see whatever you want to see, and again you will come back in the same way back to the ship without any containment or any disease you've been caught from any of the countries. So that is the protocol which has been set by the ship. The most important in everything is that the staff or the crew members, which will be coming from a lot of countries, would be undergoing a lot of trainings. Like myself, we have been going through a couple of trainings every month for the COVID-19 preparation to open up the ship. So they would have to wear masks, they have to wear gloves, sanitation would be done after every meal. There would be protocols kept for safe distancing. There would be COVID-19 tests. There would be COVID-19 vaccine that would be given to the staff. Like my kept a budget aside So if we go to the ship, we will procure the COVID-19 vaccine and be given to every staff member, so that every precaution has been taken, and we are right on the path for have a COVID-19 free ship. What is there's also a luxury standard which a lot of companies are adapting, where people who are opting for luxury cruises, which are very expensive, and they are not the people who will go in the mainstream, stand in the line, check out processes. These are rich people, so everything would be done for them. Um, they would be following the guidelines, where they would be not flying any airlines. There would be a charter flight for them. They would be staying in a bubble in a hotel, and then they would be joining in their own bubble at their own given leisure time when they will join the ship. So these are for the VIP people who will be joining the ship as well. If you know that every time you go in an aeroplane, there is always a air hostess which gives you a safety instructions. Similarly, this is the same thing happens on a cruise ship as well. There is something called the safety drill. But safety drill, you cannot do it with 6,000 people standing in very close to each other in a smaller areas on a cruise ship. So now there would be a drill which will be on your TV and on your smart devices or your mobile phone. So it's like same like aeroplane. You can see that the video um, on the screen, but the only thing is that you have to go to the place where something happens. There's something called muster station. That means if something happens, you have to go to that place, and you will be checked out exactly. You can see on your video, you can see on your phone, and the only thing you have to do is you can go scan your medallion or scan your card that you have been to, you know where to go, and that's it. That will be the end of the boat drill. Not like before, you have to go down to the areas where you need to go, wear your life jacket. There will be a presentation for 45 minutes, and then you can go back to your cabin. So that would be ending quickly. We're going to same like exactly like the aeroplane. The most important thing is the use of technology which will be between the pre-COVID era and the post-COVID era. So what the new companies have done, there's a company called C Consult. So if you develop symptoms of COVID-19 and if you're not feeling well, you don't have to actually go anywhere. From your cabin itself, from your phone or from your smart devices, you can consult to the doctors which are on board, or via mobile or via a smartphone or a laptop or iPad, or you can consult your doctors onshore as well. That's called C Consult. This is a big thing which is happening on a cruise ship as well. So you can stay in your cabin. You can tell the doctor that, listen, I'm having this symptoms. So doctor will advise you, don't go outside, and all the precautions that has to be taken, he will advise you. This thing will save the spread of the virus, because a lot of people, a lot of passengers, when they have the symptoms, like before, what happened in the Diamond Princess and a lot of other ships as well, that they didn't know what to do. So they were roaming around to go to the doctor. So you can imagine yourself, if you live the ships are huge right now. If you live on a 12th floor and doctor is on the ground floor, so you have to go from your house to the elevator to the ground floor, and ground floor to the doctor. So you might spread that virus on the ship as well, exactly what happened in the Diamond Princess. So to stop that spread and to isolate you in your cabin, the C Consult will be used, where you can consult to the doctor from your cabin, from your mobile device. And that's a very good process, which I think, because it will actually stop the virus itself in one of the cabins without spreading it. So everything, and the doctor will take the spread. They will come down to you. They will come in PPE. They will check everything. They will take your test. They will check your temperatures, blood pressure, and everything. And then they can take all the precautionary measures without even you have to move out of your place. So that's an excellent thing. Second thing is there will be variable touch. That means people will be wearing smart watches or smart bands like you have in Disney Cruise Lines and a lot of other cruise lines, where they can contact trace you. That device will be there in your wrist. It will allow you to also be saved from people who have symptoms. Also, it will allow the doctors to trace if you have a COVID symptoms, whom you met and when you met, so they can isolate everybody and stop the spread of the COVID-19 as well. So these are my presentation as well. The long-term outlook is that to use the technology and as much as possible for the post-COVID-19 era on the cruise ships. Of course, maintaining the social distance, wearing the mask, sanitizing your hand, and that will be there as well. It will be there for 2021. This is my perception that we have to live with the mask for a little more while until the whole world is vaccinated. So that will be 2021. But of course, the best boon or the God's message for the cruise industry was that the vaccine came out, and the hope is there that we can start in second quarter of the 2021 back to the operations as well. So this was my small presentation for you. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I would love to answer them.
Yes, I would like to know, what do you mean by bubble?
If you want to,
Sorry, ma'am, I couldn't hear you.
You said you were talking about something about bubble. May I know what exactly
Bubble.
does that?
Okay, the bubble. A bubble is like a artificial area which is made, space made for people to stay inside that one. Like let's say you can say like a cricket team. Cricket team right now, the Indian cricket team is playing in Australia, so they are in a bubble. That means they only stay with themselves. They're all checked. They're all tested for COVID negative, and they don't mingle out with anybody. They just go to the ground to play, and they go back to the hotel and stay. That's the only thing they do. They will not go out from their apartments to mingle out with somebody, their friends and the families. They will not go out for dinners like used to do. So they will be staying in the bubble. So exactly that one, the cruise ships, the guests will be staying in a bubble. They will come from the ship, they will go to the bus. From the bus, they will go to the place they have to see, and the place to the bus, and bus to the back to the ship. Not like before. Before, what is happening? Let's say if you go to the Lonavala and you want to see the highlights, before you can go out and buy chicky, you can buy souvenirs as well. But right now you cannot do that. Yeah, that's called a bubble.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was my presentation. So if you have any more questions, I would love to answer them.
Yes, Prakash sir, any questions have we got here?
he was a promoter of cooperative.
Prakash sir, any questions from your end?
Yeah. Sir, like the ship, the flights are also operating now. So, what are the measures we have to take care of that?
See, on the flight, as what we have read, that the virus doesn't spread on a certain height level. When the plane is on higher altitude, it will not allow to spread the virus. This is what the science. So the precaution on the airlines you have to take is, for me, I've been traveling in COVID-19 periods in the flights as well. The most important thing is the mask is very, very important for you, because the flights unfortunately are not technically maintaining the social distances when they're seating the passengers inside the plane. That means if there are 3 seats, there are 3 passengers sitting inside. So there's no social distancing maintained. Second thing is, a lot of airlines are not providing the sanitizer. So I would love to take the sanitizer with me as well. Wash my hands very often, and the best thing is you can do is, before you sit down on a seat, you can wipe the arms and the tray table which is right in front of you for coffee, tea, or whatever you want to use it. Please wipe it with a sanitizer, and I think that will be good enough, because you're not going to move from the plane for 2 hours. The armchair, the armrests where you keep your arms as well, and the tray table, that is the most important, and the mask. That 3 things are very, very critical.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any questions from anybody?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pramod sir, for joining with us and for giving your valuable time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
Have a great day. You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Now we are moving to our other session. Our guest speaker is Dr. A. Mail Murugan. Dr. A. Mail Murugan is a trainer, researcher, academician, and a consultant. Currently working as an associate professor and head PG Department of Commerce, the Mathura College, Mathura. His educational qualification is MCom, MBA, MPhil, SLET, FCMA, and PhD. Chartered Institute of Management Accountant, Advanced Diploma Management Accounting, London. He was elected as a regional council member for 2 terms, holding a position as a chairman of Southern India Regional Council of Institute of Coast Accountant of India. He is a fellow member of Institute of Coast Accountants of India, All India Commerce Association, Indian Accounting Association, and All India Management Association. We welcome Dr. A. Mail Murugan, sir. Please start.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to every one of you. It is my great pleasure and honor for sharing some of the critical issues on the topic that is sustainable strategy. I thank Dr. Prakash for giving me an opportunity to share the second day. Yesterday, we had a discussion on that is research, and with a special focus on formulation of the problem and literature review with methodology. Today, the second day program started with the keynote address and followed by Bhavani Swaminathan as well as Pramod Verma. It is more of a practical. One side is health and the other side is tourism and hospitality management. The topic, the sector they have chosen for this conference, it is very pertinent in this post-COVID environment. So basically, most affected sector, that is, it is none other than hospitality and the tourism sector. During this COVID-19 pandemic, undoubtedly, the entire world is suffering from it. Now, slowly, we have recovered. Another threat is that the second wave. Hopefully, our India will be escaped from the second wave with this positive prelude. Yes, the COVID-19 pandemic is a problem. Yes, it is a problem, but it is an opportunity to face the challenges during post-COVID-19. Every solution, whatever the strategic solution you are expecting in this post-pandemic, it has a consequences, and those consequences may lead to certain situation where rather than solving a current problem, you may end up with more complex problem. So we have to be very careful while we frame or while we come to a conclusion, solving the situation. Certainly, it may not go to the more complex situation. So basically, you have to move from from complexity to simplicity. The unintended consequences for a well-intentioned idea lead to make a problem worst. So being as an academician on one side, other side as a consultant, or maybe the industry person. The person who spoke just before is a Pramod Verma. He has given a practical exposure. Whatever the problem they are facing, indeed, he has given lot of input. Really, it's a very more of informative session. Thank you, sir. Now, my presentation, it is about another 20 minutes on the strategic management, how to sustainable strategy, how one can sustain even in the worst environment. Earning income and gaining a profit. Beyond that, there is a word, it is called a sustainable profit. a company or a corporate or a business who have been declared as sustainable, in the sense they must hold a strategy of competitive advantage. In the sense, so in this competitive environment, they have taken the positive edge over it. So that's why they are standing. Just before Pramod sir is also mentioned about their issues and also health issue, anything. But regarding finance point of view, all these type of 5-star, 7-star world over hotel, they are suffering because of lack of occupancy ratio. Even in the normal period, now we are telling that it is a new normal. In the earlier normal period also, a hotel industry or any the travel sector, minimum at least 60% occupancy, it would be there to make a profit. So while they prepare any budget proposal for those service sector like hospitality and tourism sector, so they can use they can take the occupancy ratio. It plays a significant role. The cost per passenger kilometer, cost per outpatient, including hospital also I'm telling. So the 60% occupancy, in the sense a big hotel, a 7-star hotel and 5-star hotel, the fixed cost remains constant. So that's the reason why yesterday itself I told there are 3 eras in these uh, the last 30 years. The first era, it is called the cooperative era. The cooperative era, in the sense, very limited number of hotels, very limited number of hospitality sector, and also travel agency. So whatever the tourism sector, whatever the cost they incurred, so they used to add some sort of profit on cost. The net resultant price is selling price. In the sense, they will charge. So this is the era which before 1980s. Then after 1980s, what had happened? So there were more market players, the more competitors are prevailing in the market. So naturally, the price competition plays a very threatening for the normal business. Those people, they fix the selling price in the market, and whatever the cost incurred with their their competencies. It's very important, competencies. With their competency, say once if they recover the entire cost, means they will earn a profit, otherwise they will incur a loss. In this era only, many public sector undertaking, they have miserably failed to sustain in their business. So for that, what they might have done. So some of the public sector undertaking, even the closing down strategy they are adapting. But the third strategy, that is third very important area. After 1990s or even 2000, beyond 2000, the selling price is fixed by the market. Based on your competency level, you can fix the price. Fix the price in the sense, whatever the profit you are expecting, you deduct it. Even suppose that in this occasion, there is a 5-star hotel. Their MD's strategy, so whatever the income earned, out of which you have to deposit about 60 to 70% of the total revenue to his account. In the sense, the remaining 30 to 40% only they have to spend out of any expenditure. It's a very big star hotel in Tamil Nadu, which I don't want to say mentioning that name. It is not good also. The MD, he has mentioned that, so if my earning, if it is 100, so about 60 to 70, then the remaining 30 to 40%, it is called a target costing. So selling price is fixed by the market, and whatever the expected profit which have been taken in the earlier period, before rendering services or making the product, they will deduct the profit, and the cost is targeted. So that's why it is called a target costing. Selling price minus profit is equal to estimated selling price minus estimated profit is equal to estimated cost. It is otherwise called as target costing. So in this angle, this is a strategy which is prevailing in the current environment, so that a firm or any corporate or whether manufacturing or service sector, even a government sector, so they have to bear in their mind, so they have to cost is targeted. Once if at all want to targeting the costing to be targeted, we have to adapt some we have to improve our competency level by using technological advancement. At the same time, they may adapt a concept is called life cycle costing, life cycle pricing. So this is a methodology. Now, why there are various these various models of mobile phones or various models of cars are coming. So their life is fixed. It is about 4 to 5 years or 2000 hours, right? Like that they will fix it. And once the model, that life, the period, if it is gone, they will go for a new product. So this is a way the company has to take a strategy. In this occasion, just I want to give, being the research scholars, students, and the faculties are there, I am going to present a small about 10 to 15 slides, which would be more helpful to every one of us, so that what is your sustainable strategy to sustain in this post-COVID environment. Even otherwise, any organization, they have to sustain forever. In the sense, even in the worst situation, the organization, they have to survive, succeed, and sustain. That is the ultimate mantra. The topic that chosen by the Patil universities as well as the Global Research Foundation, sustainable strategy and the solution. So solution, we can give any number of solution, but the decisions will be taken by the corporate, only by the top officials, those who have the Kriya Sakti. So they can take. That is in the sense the person who is in the top of the tip will be declared as a strategic personalities, and the middle level, management level, and the third level is operation level management. Now I will present in a simple way for a minute. Prakash sir, is it visible and audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, whether pandemic or in a normal situation, we cannot expect the same cup of coffee or tea. It is no longer. We have to add some sort of sugar. Sometimes we need not take the sugar. And even sugar, there is a brown sugar and the various varieties coming. So we cannot expect the same cup of coffee or tea. It is no longer we cannot expect. Now, so basically, it is another important strategical methodology one has to adapt. Basically, for any country with the health and education sector, this is called a developmental foundation. So if they have the better foundation in the country level, that's why the government is moving towards the affordable healthcare and affordable education. In the same line, you have to think of your that is called your tourism sector or your hospitality sector. So you have to devise in such a way, creating the benchmarking technology as well as best state to do business. So in this angle, this slide, 4 stages. One is called developmental foundation, growth perspective, competitive difficulties and society. Ultimate objective of the government or a country, the quality of life, it is to be enhanced every time. So that is their ultimate. In such a way, the social and regional equality. That's why in India, our focus now, it is for the last 10 years, it is towards inclusive growth, bringing all downtrodden in the global market with the affordability. There would be 5 pillars we should bear in our mind. Yesterday itself, I might have been informed to all the audience, any service or anything, there must be 5 pillars. So number 1, that is called accessibility. Number 2, affordability. Number 3, quality. Number 4, equity. Number 5, it is called accountability. Once if you have as a management people, so if they have this type of strategy, they will never, they will succeed in and even in the worst environment. That is towards sustainability. They are moving towards sustainability. So there is a word, that is Kaudilya's words in Arthashastra. Basically, our aim is to bring more intellectual human capital. For that reason, only the Global Research Foundation as well as Patil University, they are conducting these type of programs for bringing good intellectual human capital with a great emphasis on ethics. That is given already in the history Kaudilyas. So, there are about Zation zone. Liberalization, privatization, globalization, digitalization, professionalization, corporatization, westernization, crisisization, inclusization. Now we are talking about COVIDization. Here, who will be affected? Majority, it is called the impact on human capital. Now it is a new normal in every field. Now I used to say in all thing they are using the word new normal. My word, it is not a new normal. Everything what we are facing is a new abnormal. New abnormal. So in this situation, what we cannot afford to continue doing the business as usual. Always we have to. There would be some sort of risk and unprecedented event we may expect. Even in the accountancy, we have a concept of convention of conservatism as well as prudence. So accordingly, in every business, they have to provide appropriate reserves and provision for to meet the unforeseen and to meet the unexpected events. So we cannot afford to continue the same. That is a slide. And next one is what is sustainability. Now the question of sustainability comes. The quality of being able to continue over a period of time. Always. It is given by Cambridge University. And the United Nations, they have given different definition, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Even our educational sector, last 1 year before that, we don't have any type of these type of webinar or something like that. Once in a while, there would be a webinar. It is a very difficult task. Now, conducting a webinar through this online platform, it is so easy. Now, then what would be the next roadmap? So, for that, also being a faculty of as well as these scholars, they have to prepare, and the institution they have to prepare to face what are all the changes would happen after some time. Then another IFC, they have given a different definition. It is about ensuring long-term business success while contributing towards social and economic development, healthy environment, and a stable society. Now, the growth that enriches that blender the environment. So, responsible competitiveness. It is a very important part, responsible competitiveness. Yesterday, one of the presenter, he might have submitted this in his presentation, responsible tourism. Even in the competitiveness, we should not take on the negative side. So, for that reason, only the Competition Commission Act is prevailing, replacing MRTP Act. So, competitiveness should be there. There should not be any anti-dumping, and not dumping or predatory pricing or arm length pricing. That should be avoided. So, in such a way, your competitiveness it should be there so that you can again sustain. So, for that, you used to have the triple bottom line. So, triple bottom line always for any business, our bottom line is more on profit. So, profit is nothing but economic accounting. And the other two pieces, that is one is planet and the other second one is people. So people in the sense of social accounting, planet is environmental accounting. So all these three, there is a one more bottom line. Now we are talking in this current environment to sustain, again sustainability, where the ethic plays a significant role. In the sense, you are principle-oriented business. That's why there are 4 types of accountability. You are economically accountable because you got more money from the investors. In turn, you have to ensure that the proper return it is to be given to each and every shareholder or owner. And number 2 is social accounting. So you are responsible and accountable to the people, those who are what for you are doing business. So you have to support it. So you have to serve the people. That is second one, people accounting. And the third one is planet. It is again sustainability. Planet. It's called environmental accounting. So whatever the business you are doing, whether it is a tourism sector or hospitality sector, any other sector. So basically, the environmental free processing, environmental free product. So anything it is to be there. That's why we used to say green accounting, green business, green banking. So those are comes under the carbon credit. It all comes under the environmental accounting. And the last part is ethics. So we have to frame our own ethics. That's why nowadays in all corporates, they have their own vision, mission, values. They never compromise on values so that they can sustain. But many businesses, they have miserably failed in their activities because of lack of value system. Values. They don't have any values. Depending upon the environment, they will change the unethical way of doing business. The net result, they can't sustain. But initially, they may get more return or profit. But at last, they will lose the. That's why it is called triple bottom line. So now, need to do what we have to do. That is another part. It is a 3 major area. It's a social, environmental, economical. So economically sustainable, socially bearable, environmentally viable. economically equitable, socially equitable. So in this angle, it is a Venn diagram, A intersection, B intersection, and C. It is nothing but your sustainable, viable, bearable, equitable. So beyond that, we must have an ethics. It is called quadruple bottom line reporting, fourth part. Then how we are going to incorporating sustainability in our business strategy. So the value creation, it is very important part. And whatever the value is value is equal to, it is cost function by cost. How to increase the function in the sense function of the product, or increasing your service without compromising your quality. So with the given quality, and how you are getting value creation. Under the value creation, compliance on one side, operational effectiveness on the second side, leverages and leadership. So how we are these matrix, it leads to value. So one is called this side, right hand side, you can see that's called a strategic advantage. The strategic advantage, who is in expertise, is the Kriya level. It's a topmost. So in this angle, you can incorporate the sustainability strategy, and incorporating sustainability in the business strategy, how it can be worked. So for that, your product must be sustainable process, motivating consumers all the time. So for these three major, for a sustainable product, your brand type is important. Sustainable national brand or store brand, or in the sustainable process, your supply chain, and motivating customers, their own product choice. Yesterday I told, a product or service, it never fails in the sense that company or an organization must have a three important area. One is a product advantage, number two is customer advantage, and third one is advertising advantage. So that's why they are the collaborative arrangements they are making it. Then the role. What is our role? How we are going to fixing the fair price for various goods and services, and help the management to achieve sustainable cost reduction in the business process. Draw up a meaningful budget. I told that is meaningful budget. So how it can be? By using activity-based costing, you can prepare a budget. So certainly you can reduce or you can manage the cost on volume of different activities. Develop a robust cost management software. Robust in the sense that is another important area. Even manual side, we may not obtain it. That's why in our commerce field as well as in management field, future of our academic focus towards developing a finance model, business models. So once we frame a business model with the robustic technology, certainly one can assess and achieve whatever the requirements are suggested by the top officials. And another important thing is increasing awareness of cost among all levels. Even in a hotel or hospital or tourism sector, even operation level people, they don't have any idea about what are the costs they incurred for to set up the entire infrastructural capital. So for that, you have to give some awareness. For that only, I suggest many corporates give a training not only to the top officials, even for the operation level people. And there is an objective in financial management: ensure operational efficiency among the operation level people in order to get efficient and effective utilization of available resources. That is on the other side. So then at last, the company, once you declare a company, it is to be a good corporate citizen. That you have to comply with by being compliant with the law. Then this is not required. Then we'll move to the other area. How there are three important area for business failure. Already I told that is on the marketing side. Product advantage, customer is a qualitative nature. But regarding quantitative part, again three important part for the business failure. One is the revenue, insufficient revenue. Because of pandemic, the revenue has been drastically reduced. Then second one is excess fixed cost. So excess fixed cost in the sense already you are incurring. So the entire cost for the hospitality as well as tourism sector, it remains constant. Then how we will bear it? Then in that side, there is a strategical thought. So whatever you earn so far as a reserve, it can be liquidate and make it use it off for this situation. And the third one is poor quality and service. Once if you don't have money and at the same time you are incurring more cost in the sense, naturally our service will be lesser and which is not up to the mark. So you have to bear in your mind all these three things, whether it has been affected for the business failure or other side is a marketing, product or customer or advertising advantage. Now see, And this is another important slide. How the skills and the challenges it leads to our sustainable strategy. So when your skills are more or when skills are low. So just you see this matrix and low skill but high challenges, net result worry. There only the human being, they are suffering and they are in the depressed mindset. Net result worry leads to anxiety. Worry leads to anxiety. And suppose below your skill is low, challenges is also low. Naturally, apathy and boredom situation. Okay. Then this is not required. Sorry. So that is our other the strategy. நான் அப்புறம் பேசுறேன் மீட்டிங்ல இருக்கேன் ஒரு half an hour. This is called how the competition. So this is a strategy what I am suggesting. So according to the condition of their own the industry as well as an organization. So with the discussion with their own board of directors, they can think over that. Suppose when the competition prevails in the market, whether you feel, ignore, suffer. Net result, you lose the market as well as market. The competition is there. I felt that there is a heavy competition, but I want to defend myself. So for that, what type of strategy is required is called the maintain status quo. Maintain status quo. There only I suggest CRM strategy, customer retention management, customer relationship and customer retention. How to retain my customer base without affecting my the profitability. So the retention, and now it is again by using ICT tool. There is another development, customer interactive relationship management. So this is a strategy where you can defending it. And the third one is the competition. You are accepting that you are ready to face. Yes, but I am the person who is creating competition. I am the leading the market, that is capturing lead and regain. Yes, he is the person who creates a competition, and he that organization has a competitive advantage over other sectors. And the last part, it is a very important area. Competition is there, you are accepting it, and you are ready to counter, and but you cannot capture. Rather, you can move towards collaboration. That collaboration, it might be local, global, merger and acquisition, amalgamation, takeovers, joint venture, partnership, consolidation, strategic alliance, and competition. You see how the competition is transformed into competition. There is no word competition in Oxford Dictionary. It is a neologism word. It is a combination of two words, cooperation plus competition. It has come as a competition. This is another great strategy. Now, many multinational companies as well as many the world over, it is called the hotels. They have their own chain hotels. They are following the competitive environment. So in the outside, they compete each other, but within that themselves, they will collaborate with their own strategy. That is called a competition. Then how we can move, that is your competency development. From there to EVA. EVA is an ultimate of your base level. It is called economic value adder. The economic value adder of any business, it is based on your growth and profitability. Mere profitability, it is a short term. Growth, it is a long term. When both things are maintaining, it is called your sustainable business. So for that, what is required? One side is marketing, product leadership. The second one is operational function, in the sense your production pattern or service pattern, and customer intimacy. It is a relationship oriented. In turn, when customer intimacy, if it is more, the CSR plays a significant role. And the other side, you are claiming that your product, your service, it is topmost, in the sense you are the core competent. Then for getting core competency and the CSR, operational strength and customer management, the climate creation, infrastructure as a basic foundation. This is called the competency development strategy for any business, which can be applicable for tourism as well as hospitality sector also. So our vision statement in the sense as a corporate, as a professionals. So how we can move the business? In the sense we have to delight, not satisfying the customer. So delighting the clients with the confidence, incessantly, continuously, without any break, by blending traditional care. Now we are moving towards technology also to deliver skill-based workable suggestions through sustainable strategic business decisions with relational care, because to retain your customer with zero tolerance of unfair practice. Naturally, it is an ethics at affordable fee, reaching the unreachable through inbound and outbound interactions network. So once we have this type of vision statement, we can sustain in our business. So this slide I already yesterday I showed. This is a success. This is also a sustainable strategy points. Vision to money. When all these 7 points are there, you can change. You can change the entire world. You can lead. But if anything missing, you will be in the disturbed mind. So these are all the 5 fundamental principles by a business strategic decision. 5 incremental cost principle, opportunity cost principle, time perspective, discounting principle, and EQ margin principle. So there you can take for finance side, you can use the word discounting and compounding principle. And wherever you are losing the opportunity or getting an opportunity, you are forgoing that opportunity. It's an opportunity cost principle. And the incremental cost, now we have to take either tourism sector or hospitality sector. They have to take a decision not based on their own fixed cost. Rather, they have to think of providing only incremental revenue. When the incremental revenue is more than your incremental cost, you can take a decision. You need not worry about the fixed cost. At least you can contribute to recover to some extent the fixed cost. In this mindset is very much required. Rather than recovering the entire fixed cost, it is very highly impossible. That too in this pandemic as well as in the crisis situation. And time perspective. While we take a decision, now we are in the pandemic situation. There are 4 period time. One is very short period, very long period, short period, very short period. So in the very short period, in the sense, immediately you have to take a decision, because within a week or within a month, no other way, you cannot change the supply factor. Only with the given available resources, we have to take a decision. And a short period, in the sense, you have after recovering this pandemic, then once the vaccine has come, so gradually the public will come out. And in India, certainly, it is a very great economic curve. It's a reverse curve, not L-shape or U-shape. Our Indian economic curve is a V-shape curve. We are getting back. We are bouncing back towards the growth. Certainly, the first and supermost sector going to enjoy and earn only tourism and hospitality. It is my expectations. Why? Because now our sector already the people are suffering like anything one side, and they have been depressed by sitting in the home and learning in the home, work from home. So they need complete the outlet is required. So there the time perspective principle, it is based on time. And the last one is EQ marginal. So how your resources, you have 10 employees, you have 10 kilos of rice, and where you are going to, how you are going to appropriate, allocate those men and material, it is based on EQ marginal principle. Till getting the equal results, we will give go on give the same resources. Where we are getting extra return, you can move. These are the main fundamental principle. Once you hold in your mind, you can achieve like anything. This is on side. Then what is required for competency building? Yesterday I have shown it is for research, but even for anything you can take it as a person who is in sustainable development. He has update his knowledge. The tourism sector or is a hospitality sector where the real problem prevails. Many of the corporate hospital hotels, they are suffering, but even then they are managing it, but gradually they will move. So what are the changes happening? They have to update and delivery, coaching, technology. So the entire sector have to update all the technology. Future of technologies towards IoT, blockchain technology, artificial intelligence. So once these 3 things are already in the track, after 5 years, certainly a person who would want to see, he cannot see. I want to attend a class to meet a person, but he will not be there, but his presentation will be there all the time. So in-person issues might be there. For all, attitude is important. Then what is required is the blend of business domain knowledge and analytics is required. So for that, I told earlier that is analytics in the sense it is of four analytics, three. Sorry, one is a descriptive analytics and prescriptive analytics and predictive analytics. So as a businessman, you have to identify, you have conduct a research and you collect the data, make it as a descriptive in the sense what are the reality, what is real things now. Now you predict it. If the things going on in the same line, you predict a budget by incorporating either activity-based costing tool or zero-based budgeting tool. You can prepare a different budget model. So So you can achieve things. That is called predictive model. Based on your predictive model, you have to suggest. In the sense, it is to be more prescriptive in nature. How we are going to retain our customer base at the same time, human capital strategy. So that is. And these are the areas where you can think of doing research, especially in this cost management. So one is value analysis. To whom we are delivering. Even a research side, what we are doing it in a blending. But first, the hospital, hotel sector. So to whom we are delivering? If it is a 7-star hotel, it is not for the ordinary people. So it is only meant for esteem value business. So those business, what they can think over it. So they have to provide some sort of service to get to buy to whom it is for the low income people. So to whom you are delivering, whether esteem value customer or use value customer or cost value customer. So in this angle, once you identify the problem in your sector, then you suggest it is called qualitative nature. We cannot quantify, but the qualitative nature can be quantified by using some research tools. You can give some suggestions to improve it. And these are the other areas. Outsourcing, it is a great strategic tool to control over the cost, because a person who is to do the same quality with the same quality of the same service and with the least cost, why should I strain myself by incurring more cost? Let him do it. Again, for this business process outsourcing, there are 3 types of outsourcing. One is a core, semi-core, and a non-core area. So you identify the non-core area, you completely outsource the entire non-core area, and the semi-core area it is 50-50, and the core area don't give it to anyone at any cost. You retain within your business itself. So again, these are the area where one can Kaizen model. Life cycle costing, I told you, no, that is today's environment is full of life cycle. Rather holding for some more year or 10 years, 15 years. Even today morning, there is an Horlicks, different Horlicks, women Horlicks and women special Horlicks today has come. In the sense they are going on changing some process change. It leads to good profit and other things. So these are the areas due to time constraint, I will cut it down. These are the important areas. And one more important strategy, this is called the VMI. VMI in the sense vendor managed inventory. You may aware of JIT technology, because being a hotel industry, they can adapt the VMI tool. VMI in the sense you need not hold any inventory in your business. Better the vendor himself, they will maintain your inventory at their cost. It is a very great outsourcing model. They use only ERP model. Through ERP model, you can reduce your inventory. So inventory is a very good inventory management means a good financial management. But inventory, it is to be more than your the cost of inventory would be higher. Net result, you may incur, you may not lose your profit by holding. In this angle, this is another important area that is called the VMI. The Six Sigma model, it is for only for production side. In the sense for every billion products, the defect it will be more of 3.4. It is a zero defect model. That is Six Sigma. And the other aspects, it is there, customer relationship management, all these things. For that, what is required? These already I told, descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive analysis. While we make these type of analysis, you can give any number of strategical decision. You need not follow whatever things given in the book or website. You can create your own. So, so for that, I am going to give a small exercise. With that, I will conclude my presentation. Now you see, that is business analytics, which I have already dealt it. Yes. Here, that is a spotlight. Spotlight on innovation. How to create a sustainable strategy. Strategy in the sense it is not by everyone. It is only few people can do it. In the same line that the creativity, I have given some 9 dots. Now you draw 4 lines connecting all 9 points without taking your hands. Overlapping is not allowed. How we are going to draw? Please, for a minute, you take it. Otherwise, I will draw you. 4 lines. What are those 4 lines? I have mentioned here guidelines for any business: money capital, infra capital, human capital, customer capital. How we are going to move, draw. So 4 lines. Hello? 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 Hello, Prakash sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The spot. This is a 4 important capital. You have to draw 4 lines. Many of management graduates, they might have solved this type of exercise in the class for ice breaking session. But here you have to think of how the innovation and the creativity comes. No, so you have to think beyond. So what this would be the answer. Normally, normal human being answer. It would be mind is blocked. So their thinking is they never go beyond these 9 dots. So the first answer is only they have connected 8 points, but one is missing. The central point is missing. And the second one is 9 points connected, but 5 lines. For a day, only 24 hours, but we should not expect 28 hours. And the other thing, 9 dots, 4 lines, it is connected, but one condition is missing. They're drawn with the take note lines. So how we can draw? You see, I have to draw this one. So already you might have drawn. You try it. It can be very useful for your students or your children. You can give the thinking that is out of box thinking concept. Now you see, this is called 4 lines. You see, the starting point is left side point. From there, I am drawing the line, first line. The cursor moves like that. This is the first line, and I am going beyond. It is called the extended service. Whether hospitality sector or tourism sector, they have to extend their service. They should not restrict it on whatever the services though far offered. In the sense, it is called horizontal integration. Horizontal, you are going out. In the sense, we should not go beyond. We have to restrict with the given constraint of this particular point and reverse back. The second line, it goes up and it ended with the top of your above the point. Again, you have to come down because you are going beyond. Don't think. But once you have gone out, you will be out of the market. That should not be. Then you are going out, upper, and again you are downside, about another 25%, exploring the avenues vertically inside out. For any sector, they are doing it. Hospitality sector, they are doing it. Tourism sector, they are doing it. Hospitals, they are doing it. Even any service sector, they are doing inside out. That is third line. And fourth line, it is an open line, customer satisfaction. It is a fourth line, marketing line towards global standards with the local resources. Once you have these type of mindset, please, I am open mind. I am ready to learn. I am ready to do anything. I don't have any constraints. I never block my mind by this is a right. So I am opening the entire environment. So this is a model one can use before launching any strategic technique. You think over this particular game or exercise, it would give positive results in your personal life, family life, as well as corporate life, and in your business also. So, with this, I thank every one of you for giving me the second opportunity to deliver a talk on this sustainable strategy. Yes, you and I, it is never too late to be what you might have been. Yes, start now itself. Let us rise to meet the challenges today and create assets for tomorrow. So we are more responsible, active citizen. So we have to move what we require. Everything is possible. Only we need to try. So without trying, we cannot do it. That's why there is a word from Chanakya: with full effort and guided by reason, man makes success sure. So certainly, once you have any vision with effort, reasonable effort, when these two things, that's why I used to say for my student community as well as my faculty, be focused. Be focused. In order to attain those focus points, your approach, it is to be balanced. What and how, it is more than sufficient for a life. In order to get a better creativity, you put a why. Then why does it happen? Then suppose by giving some extra input, what would be the impact on the input? That is research. That is your prediction. That is your predictiveness. You go ahead, you will sustain. So with this, I thank once again to Prakash for this opportunity. And the last one, not least, success remains locked if ego stands in the way. As a human being, we should not hold any ego between us. Once if you have anything ego, in the sense a lack of knowledge on my side or your side, or lack of understanding on either my side or your side, or lack of whatnot, either side. So naturally ego emerges. Leave away those things, those ignorance. You come out from those ignorance with a greater mindset, with the synergetical effect. In the sense, the teamwork always wins. Yes, our strategy is always team in the sense towards each achieve more. So with this, I conclude my presentation. So thank you very much, Prakash sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Poonam madam.
Bimal Chef is joining back.
He's joined.
Any question or any clarification required, you may raise anything. Anything required from my side?
Bimal Sharma, sir.
எவ்வளவு லிஸ்ட் கொடுத்துருங்களேன்.
Bimal Sharma, sir.
சரி பார்த்துட்டு பின்னெல்லாம் இருக்கான்னு பார்த்துட்டேன்.
Milton sir, can you please stop the presentation?
Thank you, sir. ஒரு 40 ரூபாய்க்கு
இன்னும் நமக்கு எவ்வளவு வர வேண்டியதுன்னு செக் பண்ணி பார்த்தேன்.
Prakash sir, if you can tell him.
Yeah. Bimal sir. Kavita ma'am, Bimal sir is online, but I think he is not hearing our voice.
Sharma sir is online.
Bimal sir?
Yeah, now it's on mute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, sir.
Poonam madam, you are in mood.
Yes, Bimal sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes, okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Now we have got Chef Bimal Sharma, who has got more than 39 years of experience and has traveled around the world. His master skills in all types of different cuisines, and his experiences vary in various positions in the food and beverage industry. He has worked for Kingfisher Airlines, he has worked for Jet Airways as executive chef for the GM and the CEO, for the Taj Group of Hotels, Advani Group of Hotels, Raheja Group of Hotels. He has been a part of the opening team of the Bahrain Airport. Bahrain Airport, New Flight Kitchen, the Royal Abzar Hotel in Dubai, 2 clubs for Kafco in Qatar. He's also been associated with the Boom Group of companies in Qatar, as well as worked as a catering head. Talking about his recent endeavors, he was the master chef at the Namarik Arabian Services, Saudi Arabia, where he was assigned to set up HACCP compliant kitchen for 14,500 manpower. So here we have got Chef Bimal Sharma, who is also taught at Diva Patil School of Hospitality and Tourism Studies as a food production chef. So over to you, Bimal sir.
Yeah, okay, right. Thank you, Poonam. Sorry for the delay and for keeping you waiting for so long. Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. Already Poonam has given a very large description of my profile. I don't want to repeat that. I just want to start with the small you can say that whenever you think about a chef, you get amused. Okay, why do you get amused is because whenever a chef is in your in your sight, or when you see a chef, you think about good food, and that's what happens in our industry. I have been with this industry for so many years, and I have never ever seen the kind of problem we had at this time, the pandemic. And with this, our industry is actually broken down very, very badly. You can say we were actually not even 10% working. I just want to dedicate, first of all, to all my colleagues and to the hospitality industry all over the world. Okay, my sympathy to them, and I would always be there to bring back the same old, the good memories what we had with the hospitality industry, the good hotels, good restaurants, good food, and how we can change that. Okay, with this problems, what is happening now, we have lost lots of business. So to bring back the business, we have taken lots of precautions, lots of precaution in the industry, especially how to serve safe food. So what I have done is I will give you brief about what I have done in the hotel industry. Wherever I have projects, wherever I have uh, facility where I'm actually associating with the chain of hotels and the restaurants, and I have designed some of my work, okay, where we can have safe food to served. How we have done is we have actually changed the whole setup of the kitchen. The kitchen is not exactly what was there in the past. Anyway, the thing is that the kitchen is the same, but we have shifted some equipment where more people are not working the way it was, before the pandemic. Now we have actually scattered all the equipment in the kitchen. With that, what is happening is most of the kitchen staff is working, okay, with with the norms, what norms we have actually designed for them. And what we have done is that we have hired a technical guy, a technical training manager who actually assist us, to give us guidelines. Could be like a trainee manager. So we have hired a trainee manager who trains all the staff in the kitchen, and systematically we train the staff how to serve safe food. For that, what we have done is, as a chef, what I have done is I have used HACCP norms to serve safe food. From we have started from the vendor side. Okay, we have gone to the vendors and inspected their sites, and also train them. Okay, what is our requirement? So we actually buy all the stuff from all these vendors. So we have listed out a list of vendors from the food industry, from where we get our food stuff. So we have put a norm that all the food which is coming to our site, to our kitchen, to our hotel or restaurant, has to be under HACCP norms. For that, what we have done is, if, for example, if a chicken is received, okay, we actually bring down to a zero, tolerance, that whatever restaurants requirement is there, we tell the supplier, like say for example, a chicken supplier has to follow our norms. Okay, the norms what we have designed is that whatever chicken or whatever is processed has to be completely, untouched. So there are many vendors are there who are actually processing that kind of a chicken. So whatever chicken is received in the kitchen, it comes from these vendors. Their vans are checked. The vans are checked to the temperature. So the temperature for the chicken, whatever chicken comes to the kitchen, is below minus degree. So that comes from there. Then when it comes to the kitchen or to the hotel or to the restaurant, to to our purchase department, one of our chef is stationed there all the time. So whatever chef what does is he checks all that norms which we have chalked down, that the chicken temperature we check, the van, how the van, is it clean, was it sanitized, okay, the temperature of the van, also the person who was driving the van, was he wearing a mask, was completely aware about the sanitization, and and how he was handling the meat or whatever is supplying us. So we actually make a document at that time, that moment of time, that okay, the so and so stuff is received, and then it comes to the kitchen. And in the kitchen what happens is, we also have a butchery, or you can say, this is only the example, butchery, or cold kitchen, or wherever the meat or chicken is going. We also have a chef there who will receive that, and he will process it. Okay, after processing, he will, okay, he will make it a document saying that so and so product is going to the kitchen. So this way we actually, incorporate our HACCP norms into these kind of things, and we try to eradicate, wherever we have this critical control points where we can actually, control them. For that, what we have done is we have one of our chef who's trained to, train our staff. Okay, you can say he's like a professional trainer who trains our staff. So all our staff is trained by this person how to handle food in the kitchen. So for that, what we have done is we have got a schedule for a week, so where all the hygiene standards are followed. Then we have got our training manager who trains our chefs, okay, for taking over each department. So in each department we have got a documentation that so and so is prepared at so and so temperature. There also we jot down the temperature of the food cooked. So when the temperature is say around 75 degrees, okay, to be served, now that food is kept all the time at that temperature and it delivered to the restaurants. So all our chefs have been trained, okay, and they have to document every time the food, or say for example, a chicken is received in the kitchen, it is processed, and when it is getting processed, whatever the temperature of the ambient temperature was there, then what was when it was served. Why we are doing all this? Because for this virus which is there in the when everybody is suffering with this virus, what we have done is we are trying to make our from our side controlling all this hazards. We call it hazards actually, not virus, we call it hazards. So where the food is kept very safe. So our staff is fully trained. Also our cleaning staff, which is who cleans our kitchen. We clean the kitchen at least 3 times in a day, and we take a swab test and it is sent to the lab. So we make sure that our full kitchen is completely is sanitized and it is hazard free. Also the food which is prepared, and every say the you prepare a breakfast, you prepare a lunch, you prepare a dinner, all that, all the samples are taken and kept in the refrigerator and they are frozen. That sample goes to the lab for testing. Same thing with water, whatever water we are actually using, the water also goes to the lab. So every 3 days we have got a schedule of lab testing. Every 3 days we get a sample tested, and that sample, if something is there, something is wrong with the food, okay, we immediately take action from how it the food was bad, and what happened, why it was bad. So all the staff, whoever is preparing food, okay, he has to say for a menu, say he's preparing a soup, he's preparing a main course, he's preparing whatever it is, he has to write down the full menu. And when he's preparing, after finishing everything, he will he will jot down that okay, I prepared so and so food, and it was prepared at this temperature and it was delivered. So that documentation is kept in the kitchen all the time. So if something goes wrong, we actually track back. Then we have got another critical point from where the food goes to the restaurant. Okay, when the food goes to a restaurant, also in the restaurant, we have got a training manager who does training to the service staff. There also we have got the same thing. Every our menu is not a paper menu. Our menus are mostly digital. So a guest comes in the restaurant, he's checked by one of our staff, his temperature, his hand or whatever is sanitized. And also, if something is wrong with the person, we don't allow him to get into the restaurant. So that part is taken care there. So when he comes to the restaurant, his table, his crockery, cutlery, whatever is there, which was kept sanitized, is placed when he sits. So his table, his everything is, a chair, everything is sanitized, and we make sure that the guest sees that we have sanitized his area. Then he takes a position to eat his food, and then we give him a digital menu. Okay, so he can select the menu. We have gone one more step ahead. The menu which we have actually got a digital menu. The digital menu also describes in a video the how the food was prepared. So even he is sure that in the kitchen what kinds of standard we are following. Okay, so he is actually very satisfied that the food which is going to consume is prepared by a chef who is fully aware about the norms which we have established, and the food which is going to be served to him is under certain temperature, not below the temperature where we can have a growth of a virus or a hazard. So he's assured of that. So all our menus are video actually visuals, so he can actually select and he can see, visualize, and when a food comes there, the food is exactly the same thing what he has imagined. So this way we have actually created atmosphere, you can say. We created such an atmosphere where people have started coming back to the restaurant. What has happened is, with this 10% uh, of income, the 90% income had errated. So we have actually brought down back all our guests to 70%. And also we have got a survey done on whenever a guest comes, and we actually ask him that was he satisfied about the services, what the food, about the whatever we have taken precautions to serve him. Uh, though they're very happy with that, and we have got a strike rate of nearly 90%. 90% people have appreciated our concern and our whatever we have done so far. Also, not only that, we have brought guests back. Okay, the repeat guest is nearly 70 to 80%. So once you create an atmosphere that gives you, a healthy, safe, and a food which they feel that it contains lots of, healthy stuff. So not only that, now all my chefs have become chef doctors. They have been trained so well that they can easily describe a dish to the guest, saying that, sir, the soup contains this, contains that, minerals, and blah blah blah, and it is very good for your health, good for your immunity. Same thing when he's having a chicken or he's having meat or whatever it is, they can actually explain to him this is protein and this is carbohydrate. And it's a fantastic thing what we have actually done. It's a kind of a gimmick, but still we have managed to bring guests back to our restaurant, to a hotel, also to other part of the hotel. Also, the if you can see the lobby, also the welcome to the lobby is also, all the staff is completely with the mask, and not only mask, with a shield also. We have got a shield, and they wear gloves. And also they're very strict. If somebody is without a glove or without a mask roaming around, a guest, they very strictly tell the guest, please wear your mask and keep the place, very well sanitized. Not only that, what we have done is we have gone one step ahead. We have started delivering food, delivering food to our, guests who are very regular to us. We have connected them with so well that they are not only, if they don't want to come to the restaurant, we set up a, small get together in the premises, which is also, we make sure that whatever we take the food to their premises is under certain temperature. Even cold food is under certain temperature, which is, we have laid down the norms. It is there. And we go to the place, okay, and set up the whole area, well sanitized, okay, taking care of all the norms what we have got. The food is kept, say around 75 degrees, not below that. Hot food is kept that way. Also, cold salads. We have got containers where the salads, everything is kept under, say, safe temperature. So we have lots of business, that kind of a thing, where we have created that kind of a environment. So guests are very happy and they're coming back. And not only back, we have actually increased our sales, especially in November and December, to nearly pre-COVID level. And we are so very happy. The food part also gives a lots of very positive comments. And they not only, we did a survey of our guests. So 70 to 80 percent of the guests wants to come back with their families. They don't want a delivered food. They want to come back and have, their same atmosphere which was their pre-COVID level. So this way, what practically what we have done is, I just trying to explain to you as a chef what we have done. With that, what has happened is we have actually increased our revenue, increased our goodwill with the guest, and goodwill with our staff. Our staffs are very happy. We have managed to pay them now better than the at the March to at least till November. The payment was so good, but we have started again giving them their salaries on time, and not only in time but giving them more salary now. Also, we have done lots of promotions in this festival seasons. Whenever there is a festival, we try to make some festival food for the guest. So this way, what we have done is we have tried to create an atmosphere where the food is safe, people are happy, they feel whatever they're consuming, right, that is safe, and they are coming back to the our hospitality industry. And I just want to thank Poonam to call me for this small talk, and I'm very happy that I'm being a little helpful to the hospitality industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vimal Chef.
Yes.
We're glad to have you here. Any questions from anyone here on this platform? Okay. Thank you very much, Chef Vimal, for your time and for logging in.
Yeah, my pleasure, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So, Prakash sir, can we declare this as a closed session right now?
Yeah. And it will be starting again for presentation by 2 o'clock. Some of the Okay, this session is over now.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. We are having 1 or 2 presentations are there by 2 o'clock. The paper presentations for the technical session will start by 2 o'clock. Those who are newly joined, please be online.
हेलो प्रकाश सर।
Yes,
अभी हमें रीजॉइन कब करना है? 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
ओके।
Prakash sir, is it over?
Yes, session is over, sir. Right now it is over and it will starting again by 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, Adul sir. Very good afternoon. D.V. Patil University International Conference on Global Business Management, Hospitality and Tourism Studies. We are on the second day and the post-lunch session, and today the remaining is technical session 4, and some of the presenters are ready now. So I introduce our today's session chair, Dr. Atul Ramkade, Assistant Professor and Principal, Dr. D.V. Patil Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Pune, and Dr. Bharat Parikh. He's an Assistant Professor, SS Jain Subodh, PG Autonomous College, Jaipur. Dr. Atul Ramkade, sir, your opening statement, please. Atul, sir. Dr. Atul Ramkade. Dr. Atul Ramkade.
Sir, good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Sir, most welcome to the technical session 4.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Atul Ramkade, Assistant Professor and Principal, Dr. D.V. Patil Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Pune. So I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So start with your opening statement, and after that we can move to the presentation.
Okay, fine, sir. So we had a good afternoon to everybody. Yesterday's session was we have seen that couple of topics related to research. We have seen in the panel discussion, three panelists, actually four panelists were supposed to be as per the schedule. Three of us have given the brief about hospitality research, various topic which was related to research and hospitality. Starting with Dr. Murugan, then Dr. Muthukumar, and myself. So, what we had discussed from yesterday, and of course today's paper presentation also, what we have seen is the hospitality industry, which is struggling now. Tourism and hospitality industry, which is struggling now, and it is at the stage of reviving. So our contribution, what contribution as an academician and as an researchers, what we can do is we can think about solutions. Maybe our solution, one of the solution could be helpful for our industry to revive. Maybe it could related to hospitality industry, tourism industry, and allied industries which are connected to these industries. So our job is very important over here as a researchers, as we do the survey, because our contribution definitely will help the hospitality and tourism fraternity overall. So my say over here is I will not take much longer time, but how we can contribute is we can contribute through discussion, through research papers, and having a discussion related to the problems that is faced by the hospitality industry in combination with the research methods, research methodology, research techniques. Why? So that our research should be authentic. Why it should be authentic? Because it should help the fraternity. It should contribute in the field of hospitality and tourism. I am very sure that the paper presented by some of the faculties and some are going to present the papers will definitely contribute in some way or the other to the field of hospitality and tourism. So, with this short note, I would like to, if there are more presenters, I would like to wish them the best wishes from my side for their presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prakash, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Dr. Surendra Kotari is also in place of Dr. Bharat Parikh has joined. So today the first presentation is very interesting subject that is related to GST. Actually, we were all talking about tourism, hospitality, COVID-19 situations, and all. But altogether, a different paper is came, and it is related to GST in service sector, tourism and hospitality industry and its impact. So the impact has been we can expect a very good comments from the presenter, and I welcome Subhashini to take over the session.
A very, very good afternoon. Thank you so much, Mr. Prakash, for providing this opportunity. Thank you so much for the other faculties, the various professors and senior people who have joined this forum. Thank you so much to my guide, Dr. Mail Murugan, so who is my mentor for my doctorate. I'm pursuing my PhD in the Madurai Kamaraj University under his guideship. I'm basically a practicing cost accountant. I've been in practice for the last 25 years, and I have implemented GST since 2017 for innumerable number of companies. I've done the impact analysis, and even for my research, I've taken GST impact analysis as my subject. So when Mr. Mail Murugan told me that I have to, present a paper on service sector and very pertinent to the topic of the day, this tourism and hospitality industry and how GST has impacted, and definitely I will also be able to throw open some suggestions on how this industry can take up GST with the GST Council, so that we can, work on the various merits and invite, tourists to this country. Yeah. So definitely tourism and hospitality industry as such is an extremely important and significant macroeconomic industry which will boost the revenue of this country. Way back in 1994, when the concept of service tax was conceived by Dr. Raja Chellaya's committee, it became a huge turning point in the history of India, wherein till service tax was introduced, it was the direct taxation in the form of income tax. That was the huge revenue earner for our treasury. But post implementation of service tax, before that, what had happened was indirect taxation is always a value added tax. So service tax became a huge milestone in the history of India. And in the last 26 years post 1994 of its implementation, it has surpassed the revenues of various other, taxation like central excise or your income tax. So the same concept of taxability on services from the service tax era has been brought into the GST in 2017 in the Model Act. One major significance, I would say, in this GST is it is a one tax, one nation under one umbrella. Earlier, it was fragmented. The taxability on the manufacture was on the excise. Every state has its own sales tax in the form of VAT, and the services were taxed, which did not have a separate law. So there is no Service Tax Act. It is forming part of the Finance Act. So this is how it was fragmented. So the cross-functional utilization of credit was not there. The cascading effect of tax was there. Every state has got its own methodology, that is pre-2017, on taxing the various luxury taxes. So post implementation of GST, all these cascading effects and the individual state having its own methodology of putting a cess or a luxury tax. For example, Maharashtra had a 10% luxury tax on the hospitality industry. So all these were removed and merged into one tax, which is called as the goods and service tax. Here, how it has impacted our tourism and hospitality industry. Of course, any new tax reform, especially a major tax reform like a goods and service tax, would have its own pros and cons. So whether the pros outweighs the cons depends on every sector. The impact of GST is not uniform across all the sectors. Every sector has to be studied and the impact has to be analyzed, and the GST Council is open for suggestions. Over the past 3 years post implementation of GST, which happened in 2017 till now, there are innumerable number of more than 500, 600 notifications, clarifications, circulars. Once the act itself has been amended in 2019 February, we saw the amendment that happened in the act itself. So this goods and service tax is a very, very evolving, taxation, and every industry should be proactive in analyzing the impact of this GST and appealing to the GST Council so that there is some kind of a improvement measure that we derive out of it. On my paper publication also, I've given a brief illustration or analysis on what was the cost to the consumer. What happens, unlike in a manufacturing industry, the service industry, the value addition happens when it comes to B2B. But when it is consumer oriented, it is consumed by the end consumer, there is no question of taking input tax credit. So ultimately the cost is borne by the consumer. So when it comes to the hospitality and tourism industry, of course, whoever runs the business, maybe it is a hotel or a theme park, something relating to tourism, whoever is owning it, he will be eligible to take input credit. But ultimately, whatever is billed by the service provider becomes a cost to the consumer. Here we have to see the advantages and disadvantages, whether this particular entity we are talking about is in the B2B or the B2C segment. When it comes to B2B, I would say that definitely GST is a big boon. It is a very, very big boon. Earlier, VAT and central excise were two parallel pillars. So whatever is the input credit that was available through value added tax could not be offset against the central excise output liability, even though the service tax was merged in the CENVAT credit rules. So it was forming part of the input credit to be included under the central excise. The value added tax was a state-wise tax where the output and the credit was like one pillar. It will not flow across to the central excise and service tax. So this anomaly has been totally removed post implementation of GST, and it has been merged in a funnel effect. So there is no restriction or limitation on the input credit when it comes to B2B. So whether you are in trading business, whether you are a manufacturer, whether you are a service provider, it does not matter at all, because irrespective of the nature of outward supply. So no more the term exists sale, it is outward supply. The invert is called as the input supply or the inward supply. So irrespective of the nature of business, the credit is available. So in that way, I would put that GST is a very good move for B2B, wherein both inward supply pertaining to all the purchases, all the input services, all the other items is eligible for input credit. However, there are few block credits which is given in section 17.5, on which credit is not available, which is purely relating to personal consumption or relating to certain health or life insurance policies. Apart from the 17.5 block credit, all the credits are seamlessly available. So that is a major significant move when it comes to GST. When it comes to the rate part, in service tax there was something called as the abatement. So what is abatement? Services is tax on service. We all understand that service tax is a tax on service. But when it comes to the hospitality industry, the very unique part is it is a composite kind of a supply. A hospitality industry serves services and goods together. When you go to a hotel, you are served drinks, you are served meals. So that is a service portion. There is also a taxable goods that is involved. So when it all the when it goes to a spa, the services are also there, the cosmetics and all those things, products are also involved. When it comes to the room, goods are also involved, services are also involved. So the hospitality industry always has been very unique because it had the mixed or the composite supply. So in the service tax, what has happened is there was something called as the abatement, because VAT is already there on the goods, so the services cannot be taxed on the entire value. It was like for offsetting the goods portion from the composite portion. When GST was implemented in the initial 2017 act, this moderation was not properly addressed. So what had happened, they had bifurcated based on the tariff in four segments. Up to 1,000 rupees it was not there, then 2,500, then 4,500, then 7,500, above 7,500, depending upon the hotel tariff rate. And they pegged it at 28%, the highest. So that was very detrimental to the hospitality industry, where many representations have gone to the GST Council. And later in 2019, they have now revised these rates, and the present rates currently available is in the 3 slab rate. So this particular 3 slab rate is a huge boost to the hospitality and tourism industry, whereas from 28% for room tariffs having 7,500 above, they have brought it down to 18%. When it comes to the next slab, it is 2,000 to 7,500. They have brought it to 12%. And the exemption is there up to 1,000. So this was a very, very big moral boost to the sector, I would say, because the ultimate cost, see, always when GST Council was formed, when I had attended a lot of meetings in the Madras Management Association, I had met Mr. Upendra Gupta, who was heading the GST Council representing the Department of CBEC. I had met our ministers also who had represented Tamil Nadu government, Mafa Pandirajan sir, who represented Tamil Nadu government. And when we had interactions on these forums, they told very categorically, when they made the rating structure in the initial model draft act, first, their focus on was essential services. So essential services, essential products for the common man should be at nil rate. And then the next level, it is required, it is not essential, but it is required for survival. It is required for sustenance. That was at 5%. So very scientific analysis what's done. In that category, what happened? They decided all the luxury items should be at 28%. So that is where the initial error of this 28% for the tariff rooms above 7,500 happened. But that was detrimental because when compared to the pre-service tax, I mean pre-GST service tax abetted rate, this was a bit high. And then definitely we should thank and appreciate the GST Council for proactively taking various inputs from various chambers of commerce, various industry, and then they have brought down the rates to 2000 in 2019 to a very realistic rate of this, capping it at 18%. So this is a welcome, good measure. As I had told you initially, input tax credit, earlier there were a lot of constraints. For example, a hotel, if it is registered under service tax, there is no issue. They can take input credit of service. But whoever was supplying to the hotel, if he is a simple distributor, he will be registered only in VAT. So he cannot take input credit of his services. So that will add to his cost. So finally, what he supplies to the hospitality industry will be added with this input cost, right? So that cascading effect was there. That is now completely removed. So definitely that is a very, very major advantage for B2B sector. Here, I was given 10-15 minutes time. I would just conclude with a note saying that as far as India is concerned, definitely now in 2019, post the revision of rates, we are definitely in advantageous position when it comes to the hospitality and tourism industry. But when compared to Asia, we need to be competitive. We need to be really competitive on the total outflow of cost of various, visitors who may be coming into our country. When it comes to countries like Singapore, definitely there is a refund on the GST cards. When it comes to countries like Dubai, where VAT has been recently introduced, when travelers or non-residents, they are refunds. Similarly, we can pitch for revival, especially to the GST Council, for revival of this industry to consider, because tourism is a unique industry where a lot of people from outside will travel. We can pitch this to the GST Council, which will definitely give a boost to our industry. So with this, I conclude my session. Thank you so much once again for giving me the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Madam, is there any suggestion as a package to the hotel industry, basically, or tourism industry? So they are already in shutdown mode. So many months and all, there are, it is affected like anything. So big industries are survived and the employees lost their job and all, so many things that happened in this pandemic time. So is there any particular package? Is something is there from the government side? So can we suggest or something like that propose?
Yeah. So various COVID-19 notifications has been introduced by both by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and also the GST Council. But those notifications are not industry specific. Those notifications are applicable on a generic level. But what has happened is when it comes to the real estate and construction business, they all have one association. So through that association, they have made representations citing what are all the issues they are facing and request for boosting of the particular industry. Similarly, tourism and hospitality industry should appeal to the GST Council, asking for a moderation further in the rates or refund of the GST rates to the end consumers, so that we will have that as a booster for tourism, saying that you can get a GST refund. So something like that you can approve. That's what I feel. Because
Yeah,
all
that
the
is
COVID-19 notifications is not very industry specific. They
yeah,
have
that is
just
the
deferred certain filing of returns, or when it comes to input credit, that rule 36(4) has been waived till September. So all those things are procedural extensions that has been given, but industry specific, definitely certain representations can be given, and especially during this lockdown, the restaurant business, the hotel business has significantly been impacted. Definitely, I think with a proper channel of representation, this will be considered. This will be definitely considered, even though it may not be a blanket approval for life. It can be revival package for the next 1 year or 2 years. Definitely.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Any other questions from the chair? Atul sir, Dr. Atul Ramkade, Dr. Surendra Kotari, any questions?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Dr.
no
Atul
questions from my
Ramkade?
side. No
Okay,
questions.
okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prakash, for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoyed the session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now we are moving to the next presentation. A study on consumer buying behavior in retail stores with special reference to shopping malls in Jaipur city, and presenting by Dr. Surendra Kotari and Dr. Bharat Parikh from Department of Business Administration, SS Jain Subodh PG, Autonomous College, Jaipur. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Bharat Parikh is not presenting his PPT. I am half of Dr. Bharat Parikh. Can I share my screen?
Yeah. Put it on presentation mode.
Of this
Yeah, right.
Topic of the presentation is a study on consumer buying behavior in retail stores with special reference to shopping malls in Jaipur city. It is a preparation of Dr. Bharat Parikh. I am presenting on behalf of the Bharat Parikh. I am Surendra Pratap Singh Kothari. Introduction. The retail industry is the fast growing sector in India. A shopping mall has various retail units, that is apparel, grocery, household item, electronic, fashion, stationery, toys, footwear, food item, baby item, and these stores are operated in a competitive environment. So various promotional schemes are introduced to connect with the new customer. Thus, the study provide help to know consumer satisfaction with the various facility, product range, availability, store location, modernization, and other factors of these shopping malls. The scope of this research is to identify the buying behavior of the customer of shopping malls. This research is based on primary and secondary data. This is conducted in Jaipur city, thus the result may be applicable to other areas. The primary data was collected by mean of survey, a well-designed questionnaire was prepared, and the questionnaire contained 15 questions with which reflect the quality of service provided by the shopping malls. The survey was conducted among 100 respondents with random sampling. The filled up information was later analyzed to obtain the required interpretation and findings. The secondary data was collected from the books, journal, and websites. And now we discuss about the need and importance of study. This study has been conducted to provide guideline for the further research in the area of organized retail. The research is also important to the identified consumer buying behavior, market size, growth, and market potential of shopping malls. The research shows future scenario of the shopping malls in current perspective. The study provide guideline to further extension of shopping malls. The study provides help to know the consumer satisfaction with the various facility, product range and availability, store location, modernization, and other factors of the shopping malls. Scope of the study. This study have a scope of this research is to identify buying behavior of the customer of shopping mall. This research is based on primary and secondary data. The study only focuses on urban buying behavior of customer. The study does not say anything about the buying behavior of rural background customer. The study provide help for further research in organized retail sector. Objective of the study. The present study therefore attempt to achieve the following objective: to study the basic objective of consumer to visit the shopping malls, to make a study to know the customer perception about shopping mall and study of level of consumer satisfaction, to know whether the store are above or below the expectation of their respective consumer, to study the impact and sales promotion scheme on consumer buy behavior, to suggest on the basis of study result way and mean for improving the quality of service with a view to make overall sales service more effective and different. My study have a limitation. This study is conduct in Jaipur city. Thus, result may not be applicable to other area. To collect data and field survey has been conducted in Jaipur city, and 100 respondents have been selected with the random sampling. Time and money are more are other factors as limitation of the study. This is the sample size of 100 customer. They have the monthly income. Interpretation. From the graph, it can be seen that 7% respondent income is below 15,000, 27% respondent have income 15 to 30,000, 40% respondent have income 30 to 45,000, 15% respondent income between 45 to 60,000, and only 11% respondent income is more than 60,000. On the basis of my study, I have to suggest the organized retail outlet should improve the quality of vegetable and fruit which they provide to customer. The organized FMCG retail outlet should provide free home delivery facility. The organized FMCG retail outlet should increase the number of billing counter in their outlet, and the shopping mall should provide credit facility to the loyal customers. More promotional schemes should be launched to add new customers. Conclusion. On the basis of above study, I have concluded after looking the above data, we have come to conclusion that presently shopping malls are being opened in various cities of India continuously. Consumers are eager to go in the malls due to store display, fixtures, modernization of outlet, front and interior signage, housekeeping, store location, quality, variety, packaging, product reliability, availability, brand image, hygiene system, and packing facility. But after the globalization and liberalization, foreign companies are trying to enter in this sector. Thus, a very tough competition has increased in the sector. Now, the shopping mall and retail stores should provide the services to their customer to retain them in, and it is required to make good policy to attract the new customer. Thank you, sir. Any question? Any question, sir? Okay, sir.
Any questions,
You
sir?
are, sir?
Prakash Sarmadkar, sir? Dr.
Good
Atul
morning, sir.
Ramgade, sir?
Sir, no question from my side.
Okay, okay, okay. Dr. Atul Ramgade, sir?
Sir, no question from my side.
Okay, okay, okay. So the technical section 4 is ending now because other participants are not present right now. So the DY Patil in the University International Conference on Global Business Management, Hospitality and Tourism Studies. So our conference theme was sustainable strategies, measures and solutions for hospitality and tourism industry in post-COVID pandemic. And based on this topic, we had conducted keynote speak from different persons like Dr. Sachari Bolo Avino from Kenya has started the keynote speech, and Dr. Prasanna Kumar Deshmukh are there the two speakers on that occasion for the keynote speech. Then we have started with the research methods in hospitality and tourism related to research methodology. We were the discussions. We were having Dr. Muthukumar sir, then Dr. Atul Ramgade sir, then Dr. Professor Vijay Lashmi, and the main moderator was Dr. Mail Murugan on that occasion, and it was indeed a very good session. And then we have started our technical session 1, 2, and 3. Almost all the participants they tried to present their paper related to our conference theme and the badly affected tourism and hospitality industry in a all. And the lastly, but we got a very good paper to GST by Subhashini Ma'am, and it was indeed a very good question and very good paper itself, because the current scenario, all the sustainability, all the pandemic we are discussing, the GST sector, the GST and its impact is very, very huge on these industries, because the service tax and some of the service tax registration has been cancelled by the GST Council because not paying or not filing their returns and all. So like that way, it was very, very heavily affected situation in this pandemic situation altogether. And we have raised some questions on this conference. What methods would help capture the change in customer demand and redesign a corresponding customer experience? Then, which are the factors to be looked upon as opportunities during this crisis, and how to raise the bar for the sudden new developments for a future secure business growth? And also, we are asked what aspects of the hospitality industry have been analyzed and understood to get a firm grip on the old scale to boost the sales in the new futures. And also what study inputs or research methodologies have been used to investigate the impact of COVID-19 on the hospitality industry. And should there be influx methodologies for touchless technologies or other? How can business redesign physical workplace? What best practices can be deployed? What kind of collaborating technologies and tools can business to use? All these questions were discussed during these paper presentations, and the people had discussed a lot, and the participants were actively participating and asking questions and correcting the papers and all. In totality, it was a very good conference itself. And the second day started with Dr. Nova Belraj, and he was my guide in my first PhD, Dr. Nova Belraj, and he's now working with the Assumption University, Bangkok, and he delivered his keynote speech today. And from there onwards, there are another sessions related to different topics, which is covered with sustainability, then related to hospitality and tourism. Chef Bimal Sharma was talking about his area of industry, hospital industry, and his food quality, and how to serve and how to uh, maintain the things on this pandemic situation. Then Mrs. Bhavani Swaminathan has mentioned about nutrition values and all, how to be maintained our food culture, drinking water, and all in this COVID pandemic situation, and be energetic on this situation. Then also was there to ship and flights mode when we are how to be alert, the precautions to be taken care. So with this, we are having another important speaker by demand by Dr. Mail Murugan was there in the speech of methodology, and he was moderator, and he has been invited to speak on the conference theme again, sustainability and hospitality tourism methods. And with a short note, he again presented the speech very nicely today. And we come to the fourth session of the today. So we are having Bharat Parikh, Dr. Bharat Parikh as the session chair. Then Dr. Atul Ramgade. Atul Ramgade sir was yesterday also attended in the research methodology session as a speaker. And also Dr. Anubham Jain was there, and I'll be very grateful with Dr. Bosle J. Pandurang. He was attended the first technical session. Then Dr. Prakash H. Karmadkar sir, he was our Global Research Conference One chairman also, and he's a research guide and supervisor for Savitri Phule Pune University. Then Dr. Atul Ramkade, from DY Patil Hotel Management and Catering Industry. Then Dr. Bharat Parikh, Dr. Surendra Singh Kothari. He has actively participating from the last two sessions, and he is the conference secretary of the Global Research Conference Forum side. Then Dr. Anubham Jain, he was also from the beginning to the end. And Dr. Gaurav Saini, he is from Future Generali India Insurance Company Limited and a senior manager product development. And Dr. Sunit Panikar from the industrial area, he is an Engicon architect, Air Tech Private Limited Pune. And Dr. Reshma Patan from Baramati, MS Kakade College, all are attended these conferences in various times and various technical sessions. And my heartfelt thanks to all of the technical session chairs. And then with this note, these technical sessions will be closing today, and the valedictory section will seem soon. The timing of the valedictory session is 3 o'clock. And thank you, Dr. Atul Ramkade sir, Dr. Surendra Kothari sir, and Dr. Prakash Karmadkar sir, Dr. Anubham Jain, and Dr. Mail Murugan sir, and Subhashini madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Very soon our valedictory section will start. In the valedictory section, the welcome speech by Rekha Ramu, and the guest of honor Dr. Vandana Misra Chaturvedi, and a vote of thanks by Assistant Professor Poonam Bajaj.
Sir, I had sir, the valedictory function speech is done by Chef Priya.
Okay, you can start now, madam.
Do you want to start it right now, or do you want to wait for 3 o'clock, sir?
Yeah, we can do both the way also.
Right. Ma'am is ready. Chef Priya is ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, please, madam.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you, sir. Should I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon. Myself, Chef Priya, Assistant Professor, D.Y. Patil University, School of Hospitality and Tourism Studies, extends a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, faculty members, and the audience to this virtual valedictory session. With an experience of over 15 years, I am associated with the Food Production Department of D.Y. Patil School of Hospitality and Tourism Studies. It is a matter of great privilege to be here before this august gathering today to share my thoughts on sustainable strategies, measures, and solutions for hospitality and tourism industry. COVID-19 pandemic, a topic of significant global importance. The decade 2020 started with a much unsettling and unfortunate occurrence of new disease in the line of over 30 novel infections that the world has experienced in the past 30 years. COVID-19 outbreak has presented unprecedented circumstances before the fragile tourism and hospitality industry.
Sir,
The highly infectious novel coronavirus continues to thwart the sector and raises serious questions about the present and the future survival of the sector. Tourism and hospitality industry thrives on the patterns of visitations. These travel bans, border closures, event cancellations, quarantine requirements, and the fear of spread have placed extreme challenges on the tourism and hospitality sectors. The last few months have thrown up major global challenges which are transnational in character and require a concerted global response for effective resolution. Challenges such as the need of multi-skilling and professional development of the employees, increased sense of hygiene, sanitation, and related SOPs, optimism towards revival of the industry, media roles, and the need of better crisis preparedness. Subsequent overarching challenges include human resource management, health and hygiene, continuity, and concerns. Over the last 2 days, we have had deep insights into the several issues of sustainable strategies, measures, and solutions for hospitality and tourism industry in the post-COVID-19 pandemic. The theme of the virtual international conference on global business management, hospitality, and tourism studies, rightly titled Sustainable Strategies, Measures, and Solutions for the Hospitality and Tourism Industry in the Post COVID 19 Pandemic, addresses two important concerns. First, pertains to the major challenges that hospitality and tourism industry faces amid current conditions, and second relates to the sustainable challenges, strategies, and measures vital for the industry. Over the past 2 days, we have had a galaxy of experts and leaders speaking on different topics such as impact of COVID-19 pandemic on healthcare and economy, a qualitative study of stress associated with Indian Educational Teaching Association, a study in exploring the recovery hope of the domestic tourism industry in post-COVID-19 on Kerala tourism, a study on the total quality management of educational institutions, a study of digital marketing during the COVID-19 era with respect to Pune, Maharashtra, to mention a few. Our guest speaker, Chef Bimal Sharma, a professional chef, explained to us how the hospitality industry has picked up even in the times of COVID-19 pandemic. He gave us a very positive feedback on various aspects of sanitation, hygiene, and various standards of measures taken by the hospitality industry to welcome the guest. Ms. Bhavani Swaminathan, nutritionist by profession and founder of Akanksha, Desire for Wellness, gave a brief insight into the present-day nutrition requirements and holistic development of an individual. Our distinguished members who chaired the technical sessions shared their views and discussed the issues as well. Our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Zakari Bolo
Sir, I think she has lost her connectivity.
Hello, am I not audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
I'm audible, right? Okay, should I continue?
Yes, please.
Yeah. A panel discussion on the research methods for tourism and hospitality management was also organized during the day, which was chaired by Dr. A. Mail Murugan, Management Accounting Associate Professor, HOD of Postgraduate Department of Commerce, the Madura College, Madurai, Tamil Nadu. Dr. M. Muthukumar, Assistant Professor, Head of Commerce, Director of Distance Education, Madurai Kamraj University. Professor Vijayalakshmi Tirlapur, an Associate Professor, HOD of English, MM's College, Belgavi, NAC Coordinator, Chairman of English Teachers Forum, Ravi Channama University, Belgavi. Dr. Atul Ramgade, Assistant Professor and Principal of Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Pune. More than 20 papers are presented at the virtual international conference on global business management, hospitality and tourism studies organized by the Global Research Conference in association with Dr. D.Y. Patil School of Hospitality and Tourism Studies. The conference thus was able to flag a systematic review of the published research topics relevant to the understanding of the hospitality industry in the time of COVID-19 pandemic. As the travel and hospitality industries recover and adapt to the new travel norms and stricter safety and health regulations, hotels are looking for more effective ways to operate more efficiently than ever before. Hotels adopt and implement cost-cutting measures and revenue maximizing strategies to make up for the significant losses incurred during the crisis. Subsequently, most of these solutions involve technologies and strategies that maximize the productive and efficient use of allocation of limited manpower and natural resources, which then has an inherent impact on improving overall sustainability. As such, this acceleration in the adoption of technology across the travel and hospitality industry is naturally moving the hospitality industry on a path towards becoming smarter and greener hotels as a whole. This is accompanied by advancement in technologies, providing innovative solutions to better address both the hotel guests' new expectations around safety measures and a holistic and thoughtful approach of traveling, as well as the hotel's pressing need for resource optimization and financial savings. As we explore how COVID-19 is facilitating a speedy progression towards better sustainability in the hotel industry, we first analyze the current dynamics of the hospitality and travel industry caused by the pandemic and how they are naturally driving hotels to become smarter and greener. We at D.Y. Patil University are also aware of our role. The School of Hospitality and Tourism Studies have come out with various standards and guidance notes to harmonize and standardize the practices and procedures followed while undertaking the lectures and practical sessions. These guidance standards suggest best practices followed by professionals, corporates all over the world. As you are aware, despite the potential downplay of sustainability-centric discussions due to higher emphasis on health and hygiene concerns as a result of pandemic, opinion leaders and regulatory bodies of the hospitality and tourism industry are strongly presenting the arguments on how the COVID-19 crisis is in fact encouraging consumers and the industry to reshape travel and tourism industry to the lens of sustainability. The two-day virtual conference focused on the global health crisis that has revolutionized the perception of travel and environment we are living in. It creates an opportunity for the hospitality industry to strategically implement smart technologies that will help them build a more relevant and a sustainable brand adapted to the consumers' changing expectations and industry best practices. Exciting times lie ahead as smarter and greener hotels will be form the basis of a new industry standard facilitated by the rapid emergence of innovative clean tech and smart solution providers that better empower hotels worldwide to thrive through a global crisis like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyana.
Most welcome, sir.
Okay. So, any persons, those who attended the conference, can give a feedback. Dr. Surendra Kothari, sir, please, your feedback comment. Or Dr. Atul Ramgade, sir.
Sir, good afternoon to everyone. A final comment from my side would be that this particular webinar, which has been organized by Dr. D.Y. Patil University and Global Foundation for Global Foundation, I would like to say that this is a very, very
So
important.
really great that this international
Hello.
conference turned out to be a very successful. And I'm Assistant Professor Saikiran Ravi from DY Patil University, School of Hospitality and Tourism Studies. And I'm here to present the vote of thanks to people who had made this event successful. So I would like to take a minute and thank all of them. So first, the School of Hospitality and Tourism Study extend heartfelt thanks and gratitude to Honorable Chancellor Dr. Vijay D. Patil and Managing Trustee of the University, Ms. Shivani D. Patil, and Managing Trustee of the University for inspiring us and supporting us in all our endeavors. And also, I would like to thank our Director, Dr. Vandana Mishra Chaturvedi, for taking efforts to make this international conference successful. I would like to thank Managing Director Dr. Prakash Divakaran of the organizing of Global Research Conference Forum. Thank you so much. Have a great day ahead. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Adul sir, if you want to add something, you can add.
Yes. I wanted to. Yeah, I would like to congratulate Dr. D.Y. Patil University for taking such a great initiative. At the same time, even I would like to congratulate Dr. Prakash sir from Global Research Foundation. Actually, what they have done is they have touched a very important point related to hospitality and tourism field, because as I had even mentioned in my first talk that this industry is a very, very hard hitting industry. It was hit very first because of this COVID-19, and the revival and survival, and should I say the damage that has been caused, the repair of this industry is going to be in the end. So, and hospitality and tourism industry is a very big industry. As far as India is concerned, it is supposed to be the third largest industry, which helps in our developing in our of our economy, as well as developing our GDP. So this kind of platforms will really help the in this industry to come with certain solutions, certain conclusions, certain measures through discussion, through what you call the paper presentation, the publication of certain research. So because why we do the research, the basic aspect of research itself is to solve some problem, to give certain solutions, to give certain remedies to the problems that are prevailing in our society. So this particular webinar, I think so, will definitely contribute some solutions, some remedial methods, measures to the industry for the survival. At the same time, take preventive measures, add something to it. Maybe we never know, some creative ideas could come through this research papers, which will help in the contribution for the development and revival of our industry, that is hospitality and tourism industry. So once again, I would like to once again congratulate Dr. D.Y. Patil University Chancellors Managing Committee, at the same time Global Foundation Research Foundation, Dr. Prakash sir, for choosing such a very, very good topic, and it is much needed at this particular time. With this, I would also like to once again thank Dr. Prakash sir for inviting me to be a part of such an important webinar. Thank you, sir, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Over to Poonam madam.
Hello, sir. My
Yes.
apologies. The vote of thanks had happened in amidst the sir that you had invited. I'm very sorry for that. It's just that I had
No
lost
issue, no issue.
the connection. Yeah. So, Prakash sir, thank you very much for putting this on the platform. It went really well. It was well organized, and That's all from my side. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. So for all the participants, I'm Dr. Prakash Divagaran. I'm the director of Global Research Conference Forum. So on behalf of my side, I need to state some commitments because the digital certificates needs to be issued. Then another 10 days time, all the participants will get the digital certificate on their mail IDs, given mail IDs. All the participants will get their certificates and the publications part is concerned, the UGC Care Journal, the publication will be forwarded within 10 to 15 days because some of the papers given back for revision and once the revised paper will be submitted by the participants, we will be going with the publications immediately. So these are the commitment as far as the conference is concerned and very thanks to D.Y. Patil University, Vice Chancellor Dr. Shirish Patil, Dr. Vandana Misra Chaturvedi, Professor Poonam Bajaj, Bhakti Madam, Priya Madam, Rekha Ramu, and other officials, those who are helped to make this conference a success. And thank you very much for this opportunity. So anybody wants to add anything or any questions or any doubts?
You are inviting me, sir.
Yeah, you can.
सर मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ सर आपके जो प्रोग्राम है जो बहुत ही बढ़िया रहा है और एवरीथिंग इज वेल प्लान्ड मतलब कोई
Thank
भी
you.
चीज इधर से उधर भी नहीं हुई है और सारी चीज बहुत बढ़िया से हो पाई है और इसके लिए पाटिल कॉलेज और ग्लोबल रिसर्च कॉन्फ्रेंस फोरम को हमारी ओर से विशेष विशेष धन्यवाद। हम चाहेंगे कभी कभी और आगे भी आप कोई कार्यक्रम कराए तो हमें जरूर अवगत कराए तो हम आपको ज्यादा से ज्यादा जो सपोर्ट दे सकते हैं वो देने की पूरा प्रयास करेंगे सर। धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you, sir. So there are two announcements are there. The best paper award. The best paper award for the faculties is going to Bharati Rajan. Bharati Rajan, Mr. R. Bharati Rajan, his paper person was a study on exploring the recovery hope of the domestic tourism industry in post COVID-19 on Kerala tourism. He's the he got the best paper award from the scholars, research scholars, and the faculty level. The faculties, those who are PhD holders level, the best paper award goes to Dr. Surendra Pratap Singh Kotari, Assistant Professor, SS Jain Subodh PG, Autonomous College, Jaipur. And his paper title was Assessment of the Relationship of Innovation on the Firm and Efficiency of Supporting Enterprise.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, Poonam Madam, I think she is disconnected. Poonam Madam is there?
Hello? Yes, sir. I think Poonam is not there. Priya here, sir. Sir, I cannot hear you actually.
Can we close the session now?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I think she's tied up with something. So
Yeah.
you
So
can
the
go ahead.
all the formalities related to the conference is over now.
Yes, sir.
So the validatory function is also done successfully.
Yes, sir.
The paper presentations, almost 52 papers has been forwarded for this conference, and around 32 people presented their papers over here, and the validatory section also concluded successfully. And thank you very much for the kind cooperation from the D.Y. Patil University side. I'll again give my sincere thanks to the Vice Chancellor, Vice Principal, Dr. Vandana Chaturvedi,
Yes, sir.
Assistant Professor Poonam Bajaj, Priya Ma'am, Rekha Ramu, and all other Bhakti Ma'am, all other people also supported to make this program a grand success. And the
Yes.
YouTube streaming is available, and the link has already been forwarded, and I will again mail you or WhatsApp you all the YouTube streaming. Anytime you can watch this entire conference for the 2 sessions. And the
Sure.
link is same, and the sessions will be available in the YouTube streaming.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It was our pleasure to be associated with you with the global research for this conference.
Thank you, madam. And the session is declared closed today.
Yes,
Kavita
sir.
ma'am, and the Meet 60 has given us the platform to present this conference a grand success. When we are talking about this conference, then we are having Google Meet, we are having option of Zoom, and there are so many options. But we have gone to Meet 60 to our partner for this conference, and they have done it very well. And one or two people's connection problem has happened. Other than that, connectivity problem, other than that, everything was very success. And thank you very much to Meet 60, especially Kavita ma, and thank you. You want to add something, sir? Because of the mask we cannot see you. Okay. Okay, Kavita ma'am, we can close the session and YouTube streaming as well.